time to commence this Friday session of the inquiry into the Blarghour Section 36 wind farm proposals. Now, I wouldn't intend to repeat the introduction that I did on Tuesday at the start of the inquiry. If people wish to view that, it's available to view on our website. Just as a brief recap, what we've done this week is we've heard the evidence on peat through formal inquiry sessions. They ran through Tuesday and Wednesday of this week. Then yesterday we concluded the evidence on peat and moved on to hear the formal inquiry evidence on landscape and visual impacts, which neatly kept us up to date with our programmed timetable. Now, today is a hearing session, 2 hearing sessions, and hearing sessions are a less formal round table discussion that will be chaired by me. We need to make sure that everyone's views are heard, so I will be bringing people in at the relevant points, but we will be working around the agendas that have been circulated previously. And the first session is on conditions. So we're having a hearing session on conditions first. That is a slight change to the programmed agenda. We've basically swapped the conditions session with the policy session. The policy session will then be held straight after we've concluded the matters on conditions. Now, you should all have a copy of the conditions hearing agenda that was circulated previously. Everyone has that before them. Just for ease as we move through the conditions agenda, it's perhaps useful just to have ready a number of documents, and I would direct you to, I'll just give you a list, CD 317, CD 1214, CD 1212, CD 25, CD 1216, CD 3.1 and CD 16.1. In addition, we will be referring to the most recent updated draft conditions, which is CD 16.5, and that's the version that includes the most recent comments from Nature Scott. Okay, just before we commence, can I just ask you, each of the leads, to introduce the people that will be speaking at the conditions hearing session this morning, starting with the applicant, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. It'll mainly be me, supported, if necessary, by Lynn Sweeney of Coriolis. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Lucaro for the council.
The council, the witnesses that will be speaking and have been actively involved in discussions around conditions will be Arlene Knox and Mark Lodge, and it'll be mainly them and hardly at all me.
Thank you for that. And Miss Jack?
Yes, for Nature Scott, it will be a combination of Dr. Cooper.
That's fine. Thank you very much. Is there anything that anyone wants to raise before we start on the main business of the agenda? No. Okay, now if you want to interject, it's probably easier if you put up your hands. Otherwise, at each point, I will give each party the opportunity to make any points they wish to make before we move on to the next item. But if at any time there's something that you want to interrupt or you've got a point to make, if you can put up your hand, that is probably the easiest way for me to manage the agenda today. So thank you for that. I think then if we could have CD 16.5 in front of us, and we're just going to really go through. I mean, I do note that there has been a deal of agreement, and in the main, I'll be focusing on those areas where there are still some question marks. I would just at this juncture, it's probably worth pointing out that I indicated, I think, the other day that Nature Scott perhaps hadn't engaged in this process, and I must apologise for that because I hadn't recalled that we had received the update on Monday. So apologies if I had implied that, because we do of course have your comments now on the conditions. So thank you for that. So just in terms of then, oh, hold on. I just realised that my laptop battery was running low because I haven't got my mains plugged in properly. That's it. Okay, so condition number 4, series incident reporting, that was disputed. It is one of the model conditions, and I see that's been agreed now. So I didn't have any comments to make on that, and I assume that parties are all content with that now. Is that the case? If you just raise your hand if you can confirm that, thank you very much. And then the next issue at stake was the one, the condition regarding implementation in accordance with the approved plans. Now, just so I can understand this, I see that the council did agree to deletion of this condition. The model conditions have this under the deemed planning permission conditions, and I note the comments of the applicant that the development by law includes all the plans and submissions that were made back for it. So I just wanted to make sure that we were all content that that be deleted. It is included in the model conditions, and I accept that in a normal planning permission, for instance, we wouldn't include such a condition for the very reason the applicants state. But where we have an environmental impact assessment and an EIA type development, it is often a condition that is included, and it is one that is often included in Section 36 cases. So I just wanted to just confirm the position of parties on inclusion or otherwise of that condition. If I could just ask the council first.
Well, Arlene Knox, who's been dealing with it, has agreed it, and I'm not sure if Arlene has anything to add today.
Ms Knox, would you like to just explain your position on that, please? Given that it is included in the model conditions, why you're content for that to be taken out? Right, we're not hearing you, Ms Knox, at all. Have you got your mute on? Is your volume turned up on your computer? Yeah. Try turning your video off and see if we can hear just your voice. Hello? No. Okay, slight problem then if we can't hear from Miss Knox. Callum, is there is there merit in her dialing into the call again?
I was just going to suggest if Arlene had a headset or a pair of earphones available to her, that might help. If not, it might be worth having a look at the audio settings, which you can find in the arrow next to the unmute button at the bottom.
Okay, I think we can perhaps, I think we'll come back to that point once Ms Knox joins us, if and we can hear from the applicant on that as well. So if we could make a note just to come back to that item 2 on the agenda. I don't think that will take long to address that. Although we really need Miss Knox here for the other ones as well, don't we? So, okay. We perhaps just need to take a short break then until we can get Miss Knox sorted out, rather than us trying to continue. Shall we take a break for 5 minutes and just see if we can get that issue resolved? Is everyone content with that? I can't see that we can really continue without the council's input.
That's absolutely correct, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Ms Knox has rejoined us.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes,
You can.
I can, yeah. You're a little faint, so if you can perhaps just make sure you're facing directly to your mic. Try that now.
Hello, can you hear me? Is that better? Is that
Yes,
better?
I can hear you, yes. So let's go back then. We won't need to pause. Let's go back just to that issue about the compliance with the approved plans.
I think having given it consideration, the council we've now agreed for deletion of that condition. It is appreciated that it is one that would normally be put on, but in this case we have agreed for it to be removed, and also that there is the description of the development Annex 1.
Okay, do you think the description at Annex 1 could be a bit fuller? I would normally see that reference, for instance, the layout plan and the red line plan. Is that something that could be added?
Yes.
Okay. And the applicant, would you be in agreement to that? Just some more detail. I think it's just so that in the future, if there are any issues arising, it's very clear what the red line plan was. I've come across that issue before, just to have that clarity.
Thank you, ma'am. We're addressing that condition, implementation condition first. We are under section 36, so under section 36(5), the ministers can impose such, quoting, conditions as appear to be appropriate. So we're not under the Planning Act, obviously. Nevertheless, applying the position under the Planning Act, I don't think the condition is necessary, because there are conditions which more precisely cover implementation in a much more visible way. Secondly, I think it's imprecise, because how can you simply comply with the application and the EIA? It's far too broad a condition to make any sense, and therefore it's unenforceable, and therefore it should come out and be replaced by the specific conditions we would have anyway, and which cover the position. So that's my position on that condition. In relation to the annex, the wording of Annex 1, which you'll find on page 42 of the conditions, has been very deliberately drafted separately for Section 36 and for the Planning Act. The Finney case, and I needn't tell people what the Finney case is because those on the call will know, made the whole industry set up and think, well, we better look at the description of the development again to ensure that the ability to apply to vary conditions using section 42 is actually preserved. And there's been a recent case at Kirk Hill where indeed section 42 variation has been granted. So it's to preserve that jurisdiction. So far as section 36 is concerned, I think provided you've got a layout plan, it's fine. And in other words, as amended in the version in front of you, and with the Dean Planning Permission, I think that's also adequate. Thank you.
It's just that the reference in the description of development is to the attached plan, so that wouldn't really be specific enough for me to include in the report to ministers. So it would just be to have a reference to the actual plan we're talking about there.
Oh, I wonder if we're looking at the same version. My version, I hope, yeah. My version says, and the site boundary is shown on figure 1.1 of the EIAR. Does it not say that in your version?
No, it doesn't. No. So that's really that's the detail that I was looking to be included. Yeah,
well, my apologies. I think that may have been added. Very naughty of us since the version are not shared. Apologies for that. So it's and the site boundary is shown on figure 1.1 of the EIAR. That would be the.
Yes, that's fine. Just so that it has that level of precision in terms of defining the site and its boundaries.
Okay.
So if you can action that to be included, I was just going to say that throughout this, if the applicant could perhaps take charge of noting any changes and producing then a clean version after the condition session to be circulated would be very helpful, I think, to
do that
today. Thank you. Okay, I have recorded your position on that. I presume Nature Scott hasn't got anything to add on that particular issue.
No, we don't know.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Moving on then to the next issue, which is condition 6 on micrositing. If we can just have that before us now. Now we had a suggested wording from the applicant, and the council had said noted to that. Subsequent to that, Nature Scott has suggested a replacement with something which looked to me very akin to what is in the model conditions. Perhaps if we could just start with Nature Scott, just explaining why that wording they feel is preferable to what was previously suggested by the applicant. Ms. Jack, please.
Yes, I think Nature Scott were concerned that the wording that had been proposed wasn't precise enough, and we were concerned about that, and we thought that the wording from the model condition provided more certainty and better protection in relation to micrositing. I don't know whether Dr. Cooper might want to come in to add to that.
Dr. Cooper.
Sorry, thanks. I've nothing specific to add to that. That was the basis of the suggested change.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Knox, in terms of that wording, which is more akin to that in the model conditions, what is your view on that?
The council agrees to the amended wording suggested by Nature Scott.
That's fine, thank you. And the applicant's position then on that amended wording?
Thank you, ma'am. No, we're not happy with it. I mean, I think that the applicant's condition could actually be better phrased in the negative rather than positive, but I'll come back to that. In terms of Nature Scott's proposal, the specific elements we're unhappy with are the subparagraph A, no wind turbine foundation should be placed higher when measured in metres above ordnance datum and shown on the plan. The EIAR did assess for landscape and visual purposes plus or minus 50 meters in any direction from the position of the turbine. And there's been no evidence given to the inquiry to show that precise location of turbines is in any way important. No one's made a case on that basis, so we would prefer to keep the latitude allowed in the EIAR. So far as peat is concerned, i.e. paragraph D, we will be coming later to peat management, because that's what it's about. It's preserving the peat mass balance. And we are going to propose a separate condition to deal with that. We certainly don't want a condition imposed in advance of ground investigations, which of course are not being carried out beyond probing, to limit us to where we go. The objective is to preserve carbon storage by preserving the peat mass balance. If that is done, the precise amount of peat excavated is not really the issue. So we would resist that condition, which could unnecessarily limit micrositing at a later stage to no great environmental advantage. So that's my precise response. If you want me to talk about the amendments we might make to the general micrositing addition we proposed, I'll come to that when you want.
Thank you. Ms. Jack, just on those general points, could you respond to the applicant in terms of your view, and bring in Mr. Cooper if required?
I wonder if Dr. Cooper could come in. I think at the moment he's switched his video off, perhaps accidentally, and he's unmuted at the moment. Are you still there, Dr. Cooper?
Apologies for that. Too many fingers. Yes, I won't comment on the turbine location in relation to height, but in terms of the peat depth, I would agree that the absolute depth at any particular point is of less significance than the overall mass balance of peat. So if something could be worded that would take that into account, I'd be content with that.
I think in relation to A, having heard what has been said on behalf of the applicants, I think we would be content not to have A in there if that was your view.
So you'd be content not to have A, which is the height condition. What
Yes.
about the D, which is the one regarding peat? Is that the one Mr. Cooper suggesting there, that in D, if there could be another condition along the lines that the applicant was suggesting, that may, I think that's what you're saying, Mr. Cooper, that may address that concern.
It would, yes.
Although we'd have to see what that wording was,
Yeah. Yes.
how that would work. So, Ms. Jack, is that something that we should come back to in terms of D?
Yes, I think so. If we can perhaps revisit this once we've heard the condition that's going to be proposed to deal with peat, we can then decide whether or not D would be required or whether that could be deleted also.
Okay. And the rest of the wording, in terms of the differences between yourself and the applicant, any specific comments on that? Ms. Jack?
Again, I think simply that the wording suggested in the model condition was a little more precise and in its terms, and that was why it was thought to be preferred. But we're in your hands more broadly in relation to that.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chinnock, could you just explain to me then what you would be proposing in terms of a replacement or a modification of 6?
Yes, ma'am. It's it's really more a drafting issue than a substance issue. But if I read out slowly, obviously we'll email it later what's I have in mind. It's unless otherwise approved in writing by the planning authority, the locations of the wind turbines, buildings, masts, areas of outstanding and tracks may not be varied by more than 50 metres from the position shown on figure 2.1 within the EIAR, or in the case of the wind turbines, the grid reference locations set out at table 2, EIAR. And then there's a proviso provided also that any such variation shall not result in any infrastructure being moved closer to groundwater dependent terrestrial ecosystems. It's a drafting exercise, and I'm afraid I take responsibility for it. I felt that the wording as it came out was unhappy.
Okay.
There's no change in substance there.
Okay, so in terms of the enforceability of that, is it the council? Are you what's your view on the nature of the condition as opposed to the more akin to the model condition?
Well, I think we align our position with that taken by Nature Scott, but having heard the discussion, I think we are happy to acquiesce to the wording proposed.
The wording proposed by the applicant. And it is also subject to that having the amended condition on peat that the applicant refers to, just in terms of addressing that issue about the impact on peat.
Well, certainly if we're talking about peat mound, then certainly I would definitely defer to Nature Scott.
Would it help, ma'am, to read out the peak condition at this stage, or do you want it later? I'm in your hands.
I think it might be just so that we can see how that particular issue is going to be addressed in terms of microsites,
Okay.
the impact of that.
It's a fairly simple condition. It's no development shall commence, so a properly suspensive condition, until a peat management plan has been submitted to and approved in writing by the planning authority. The plan, which shall be implemented as approved, shall follow the principles set out in the draft peat management plan dated March 2018, and for reference span that's CD19 at TA22. It's still current. Shall detail proposals for the excavation, storage and restoration of peat within the site, with the objective of ensuring no loss of carbon storage as a result of construction activities. That's it. We felt it was best to separate it out from micrositing. It's a separate issue. It's an issue before the inquiry. It needs proper treatment. But it is a construction stage matter rather than an operational matter. Thank you.
Thank you. So how would that address any concern that Nature Scott has about the movement of the turbine into an area of potentially deeper peat resource? Could Mr. Cooper, Ms. Jack, could you just, is that matter going to be sufficiently addressed, given that that is more about the peat management plan and the excavation and storage of the peat? Could you address that issue, please?
I'll hand over to Dr. Cooper in a moment, but I think my initial observation would be that I'm not sure that that does fully address that. And I also, in that draft wording that Mr. Trinick had read out, I don't think I heard any reference to consultation with Nature Scott in relation to that. And I think that's certainly something that Nature Scott would want to be involved in the consultation with it. I think you simply mentioned approval by the local authority. So I think that would be a concern, but perhaps I can hand over to Dr. Cooper in relation to that as well.
Mr. Cooper, Dr. Cooper, sorry.
Thank you. Yes, I would agree with Ms. Jack there. I can see yeah. It doesn't address the same issue as the one which was of concern to us. What I'm trying to work out is whether or not, in the grand scheme of things, whether it would make difference. I think we'd probably need to see I mean, I appreciate that we had the wording read out there. I think we might need to look at it a bit more closely just to see what the potential implications are.
If the peat management plan was to would be addressing the micrositing issue as well, is that something then? I'm just thinking if that condition, the peat management plan condition, how would that address, or how could that address the issue that you've raised in D, so that is something that could be left to the further probing and the further information, so that could be tied in with that condition that the applicant has suggested, the standalone condition on the peat management plan. Is that something you think could be worked into that, so that would stand alone? Ms. Jack.
Well, again, I would hand over to Dr. Cooper. He's more expert on that than I am.
Yeah, I think one of the areas where I have a bit of concern is, and I certainly don't want to get back into discussions we were having earlier in the week, but it's to do with the relationship between the peat and the habitat, and if we're getting into areas which are peaty but not necessarily actually peat, that we could then be moving from like non-peatland habitats into peatland habitats, because of this sort of a definitional issue of the 50 centimetres. So there would be, it's to do with the connection between the peat depth and the habitat. And so getting the balance of sort of volumes of peat is one thing, but then there's the impact in terms of the ground area, which could, from the sound of it, could be changed quite a bit. I'm sorry, that's not terribly clear. I can picture it in my head, but it's rather difficult to explain.
Okay, and would it be possible, do you think, for the peat management plan, given that no development could commence until the peat management plan was approved in line with the draft management plan, that it could include some criteria for that would guide micrositing, just so that the peat management plan enabled some control over the sort of issues that you're talking about in relation to habitat.
From my perspective, yes, that would be something that could be done and could be helpful.
And then that could be tied into the micrositing condition potentially, so that there would be a link between that and the for instance, in D, I'm thinking off the top of my head, but micrositing in line with the conditions established through the peat management plan, or something of that nature.
I can certainly see how there would be a way of doing that, yes.
Okay, Miss Jack, any comments on that? I'm going to come back to the applicant to see if they think there's any way through this. Miss Jack?
I think the only thing that I would say is that the suggestion that you've made of the tying together would seem to make sense if Dr. Cooper has indicated that he thinks that's something that can be done, then I would be happy to go forward with that way of dealing with this.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Trinick, do you see any way forward in terms of?
Yeah, I think the difficulty in trying to be too precise at this stage about a complex construction operation is that you can't prejudge matters too much. There have been no ground investigations because that would be highly intrusive prior to planning consent. And trying to be too precise now and cover off all eventualities in a single condition, I don't think it's going to work. What we're trying to achieve is a balance between three objectives. One is peat slide, and that's a separate issue we'll come to, peat slide hazard risk. The second is the maintenance of the peat mass balance. And I thought I heard Dr. Cooper say earlier on that that is the objective. It's not simply a matter of depth, it's making sure that there's no loss of carbon storage. That's the objective. And thirdly, habitat. And I think if we try to amalgamate all that balance into some all-serving condition, it's not really going to work. The way that this works in practice is when it comes to the purification of suspensive conditions, they won't be done one by one. They're going to be done all together. A whole package will come forward which addresses all the objectives. That's the way it happens in practice. And trying to gear the wording too much to cover everything, it is going to lead us into unnecessary complexity. So I think the peat management plan condition, which does actually mention restoration as well, and the objective of loss of peat carbon storage works. The micrositing condition, I think, needs to be kept separate. That is a separate issue. But in practice, obviously, the peat management plan won't be approved if something is proposed which, in terms of micrositing, which is unacceptable. I mean, it's a balance of all three. And thirdly, in terms of habitat, we have the construction method statement and the restoration commitments, plus the land management plan. So necessarily there are three elements, and I'd urge you not to try and combine them too much.
It wasn't so much combining them, it was just making sure, it was to give that degree of comfort, given that habitat was an issue that we have spent some time talking about at the inquiry. It was to give that, to basically address that issue as Nature Scott suggested in terms of the micrositing condition, but making it clear that is linked into your separate condition on the peat management plan. So it wasn't suggesting trying to amalgamate them, it was to basically link one to the other and to make it clear through the peat management plan condition, which would be suspensive, that those habitat issues in terms of the management that was to be addressed through the management plan would perhaps establish the criteria for micrositing, taking the habitat into account. Now, finding a way to do that in a condensed wording, it is just trying to make that link between the two to draw comfort from one to the other. Do you think there's a way of achieving that? I mean, I haven't looked at how that could be drafted, but I could see that I think that could be achieved.
Well, I think there may be a way of achieving. I think that at present the paragraph D in Nature Scott's condition doesn't address habitat, of course. It just addresses peat depth and therefore the peat mass balance. So there's no element of habitat there anyway. And I don't see anything in the Nature Scott condition apart from GWDTEs, which really addresses habitat as such. The way you might want to do it, and I haven't given this too much thought, is in the construction environment management plan. You could try and pull together the various elements in there. It wouldn't be my vote for reasons I've already given. I won't rehearse again. But if you want to try and achieve that, that might be the way to do it.
Okay, I don't see that we're going to resolve this today. I think we're probably going to be involved in slightly in some written exchanges just to try to get to something that is going to be workable. But if we could perhaps leave that at the just one point before we leave that in terms of D, can I just clarify with Mr. Cooper that that condition about micrositing not taking place in peat of a greater depth, what was the objective of that for you?
Yes, as I say, it's actually in relation to the relation, because of the relationship between the peat depth and the habitat. So I mean, I think what was being suggested, is of not trying to pull it all together into one place, but basically making sure that each of the conditions was compatible. Each was compatible with the other, rather than sort of any one having sort of precedence over another. I think basically working it that way, and that should work out.
Okay, Ms. Jack, anything to add with suggestions as to how to address this?
Not beyond what we've already discussed in relation, but I think what Dr. Cooper says is correct. It's about trying to make sure that everything fits together and nothing is lost at any particular point. But the other thing that I just was concerned to make sure that we had reached a landing on was Nature Scott's wish to be consulted, and inclusion of that wording in whatever wording we do end up with. There was a proposal that had been added into column 1 under micrositing for consultation with both SEPA and Nature Scott. And I would be concerned to make sure that we're ending up with that we find that requirement to consult in there somewhere.
Okay, it's already in the suggested wording by the applicant, and presumably that could also go into any condition, separate suspensive condition on the peat management plan.
That would be what we would be looking for, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Trinnick.
Yeah, I won't die in a ditch about this, but I think the better approach is to have no references to any consultation on this basis, that the council will behave reasonably, must be deemed to behave reasonably, and it will consult as appropriate. The trouble is, they're putting in specific consultees. You can be read as saying there won't be any other consultees, and that's the difficulty with specifying consultees. So my vote is to have no consultees named at all and let the council decide, behaving reasonably, who they consult. But I'll leave it to you. I'm not going to die in a ditch over it. That's fine. Just one more point to add on the micrositing condition, and that's about the role of the ecological clerk of works, who does perform, I think, a pulling together role when it comes to the conditions generally, because the micrositing condition does say that micrositing must be approved in advance by the eco, and that eco, I think, must be presumed to have all the objectives in mind when approving anything.
Thank you for that. Could then we leave it that the applicant could look further at the wording of that condition and the potential to either link it to wording in the peat management plan condition or the construction management plan condition, in terms of providing a wording that could go some way to addressing D and the objective that Mr. Cooper indicated in wanting to have that included. Is that something that we could leave to be addressed through a further written exchange?
Yes, ma'am, I'm perfectly happy with that. I mean, everything's been said by everybody is very sensible here. We'll try and pull it together into something which works and circulate that.
That's much appreciated. So moving on then from the micrositing condition and that action that we've agreed on that issue, if we can move on to condition 8, which is the land management plan. Now, we have a wording there, and Nature Scott have said they wish to be consulted. And one of the questions I had on this is that we have the land management plan, and there was an indication that this would replace the various specific conditions that were to address consultation responses from RSPB and from Forestry Scotland. And I think there is agreement that there is some sense in bringing that together under a single heading, land management, given that these things are all interrelated. My concern was that we perhaps lost some of the detail that was that had resulted in the withdrawal of objections from the consultees. I was also a little concerned that the land management plan, for enforcement purposes, perhaps wasn't quite as tight as it could be. There's also not a requirement for the land management plan to be implemented, and I could see. So I felt there's perhaps some drafting issues with that. But if I could invite the comments of the council, first of all, on the land management plan and its view. Clearly, it shared those concerns about Scottish Forestry and ISPB. Ms Knox, could you just explain your position there, please?
I think the council's preference would have been for that condition to be ran past Scottish Forestry and the ISPB to ascertain that they were happy that it was covering the issues that they wanted it to. As an alternative, if MAM was happy with the condition, I think the council would like for the ISPB and Scottish Forestry to be included in the condition as in consultation. They would like them to be consulted.
Okay, and Ms Jack, in terms of the land management plan, obviously this addresses some of the mitigation that we talked about earlier in the week. What's your feeling about this?
Yeah, well, certainly we would share the view of the council that RSPB and Scottish Forestry should be included as consultees, and we have asked for additional wording to be added to allow for consultation with Nature Scott as well, both in clause 1 and in clause 3. We've suggested wording in the final paragraph to deal with decommissioning, but in looking at it again, I can see that whilst that goes some way to dealing with decommissioning, it perhaps doesn't go quite far enough in relation to the requirement to be implemented. So I would share your concerns that as currently drafted, it perhaps doesn't go quite far enough in that respect.
Okay, thank you. I mean, that could simply be addressed by a sentence: thereafter the land management plan shall be implemented in full, or something of that nature. I just felt that was missing. I wanted to come back to the issue about the forestry, because having read the forestry consultation response, I wasn't sure if there was sufficient detail in the draft land management plan to address Forest Scotland the issues they raised. But Mr. Trinnick, can I just invite some explanatory comment, first of all, in terms of the land management plan condition?
Yes, ma'am, I think it can do with some improvement. That's the first thing to say. And the words shall be implemented as approved clearly need to be added. And we recognise that. In your version, ma'am, in paragraph 1, does it say the LMP should be implemented as approved or not?
Oh, my mistake. The LMP shall be implemented as approved. Yes, sorry.
It's okay. No, that's fine. I think the broader issue is that I think we need to separate out operation from construction quite rigorously here. The land management plan is an operational tool, not a construction tool. And so my proposal would be that in paragraph 2, should the LMP should follow the principles set out in the draft land management plan only, and deal with the matters raised in paragraphs A, B, and C, leaving all construction issues rigorously to a peat management plan and to the construction environment management plan. I fully agree that RSPB and Scottish Forestry need to be consulted to make sure they're content with this approach. I don't think they have been consulted. That's probably our fault, and my apologies for that. But that needs to be done. I think I've covered your points. As to consultation, I've already made my points on that. It's a generic point. I won't go back on what I've said.
Yeah, could we just turn briefly to the consultation response from, now I've got it as CD 2.5. I think there were various versions of this, but this one has got an annex which includes their suggested condition. And things have moved on here because we're now talking about replacement with broadleaf, a broadleaf scheme. But obviously they did suggest some detail about the location of the area to be planted, the details of the landowners, the nature, design, specification of the proposed woodland to be planted. And looking at the draft land management plan, there isn't a huge amount of detail on any of that. If it had been in the draft management plan, then we would have had that detail covered. But if it's not in the draft management plan, it's just making sure that those issues that they clearly felt important are being addressed. Mr. Tunick.
I was just checking a point that's being checked as I speak, that Forestry Scotland, I think, have been consulted on the native woodland proposal and have given a thumbs up to it. And I would think that that would replace the CD25 annex requirements so far as replanting is concerned. But I'm saying I think that's the case. I don't know that's the case until someone produces to me something from Forestry Scotland saying that, and that's what I've asked to be produced.
Thank you. I certainly haven't picked that up for the documents, but it will be very helpful if you can point that out to me. In terms of the detail, though, in the land management plan, about the planting, are the council happy that that would be sufficient detail in terms of ensuring that issue is being addressed? Ms. Knox?
I think the council would find comfort in the condition being ran past Scottish Forestry, condition being ran perhaps at this stage rather. I think that would be our preference.
Yeah, I was just looking at there was a response 9th of April 2019, which would have been after the land management was land management plan was public. At that time, Scottish Forestry did not object. We reviewed the additional information. This would seem to confirm that with areas currently proposed for compensatory planting, which would be more suited to open ground habitat. Indeed, some of the open ground habitat within the proposed native broadleaf area may be particularly valuable to the bird species. However, we consider that these details can be discussed further as due diligence proceeds, and agreed in relation to the discharge of the recommended conditions. I'm not sure if that is the letter that you were. That's certainly the most recent one that I have on file.
I have that in front of me, CD35. I've got that now. We reviewed this, we seem to confirm. It doesn't quite sign it off, does it? I think we probably do need to go back to them.
I think it left some ambiguity about whether they were. I think I'd like to seek a view from them on the detail of the land management plan alongside the condition, just to make sure that we were addressing that issue.
Yeah, I can see the reason, but should we? What do you want us to do?
I think would it be better for me to do this through procedure notice?
Yeah,
and that formalises it and makes sure that we have their recorded comments on the file and that due process recorded.
I agree.
And that would also then include RSPB in terms of making sure that they are content, picking up on the point that Ms. Knox made. Ms. Knox, does that sound like an approach?
Yes, come on.
Okay, thank you. So there may be, again, it looks like there is a little bit of work to be done on this condition, depending on what these consultation responses come back with. Miss Jack?
Yes, I wanted to check, ma'am, whether you had received the email that I sent to the DPEA last night in relation to condition 8 with a couple of points that we were giving notice that Nature Scott wanted to raise. That was at 11 minutes past 8 last night. I'm not sure whether that's been sent on to you. Apologies for it being so late in the day. It followed on from the discussion that had taken place with Dr. Cooper at the end of his evidence with yourself, ma'am, in relation to how to make sure that peat matters were covered in relation to the land management plan. Did you receive that email?
Yes, I see. I did receive it at this morning only, so I'm just opening it up just now.
Apologies that it was so late in the day. But
the applicant had and the council have sight of that email.
Yes.
It was sent to everybody at the same time, so I hope so.
Yes, we've seen it.
Do you want to just summarise exactly what that is telling me, please?
Yes, so Nature Scott are suggesting that condition 8 would benefit from 2 additions. Firstly, what might be incorporated perhaps as a preamble that the land management plans should recognise in particular the importance now afforded to maintaining healthy peatlands and restoring those areas in poorer condition, and the contribution this can make to addressing climate change and biodiversity loss. That being recognised in Scotland and around the world. So that was suggested as perhaps as a preamble, as a scene setting, and then more specifically, the addition of a clause within condition 8 specifying that any peatland restoration should be consistent with advice and guidance provided by and available from Nature Scott's Peatland Action Programme in relation to practices including drain and gully blocking, reprofiling of peat hags, the revegetation of bare peat, and the control of tree and shrub regeneration, grazing levels to support recovery. Those were all things that had been discussed towards the end of Dr. Cooper's evidence between yourself, ma'am, and Dr. Cooper in relation to how conditions might address some of the concerns that Nature Scott have around the scope for mitigation. I don't know whether Dr. Cooper wants to come in to add anything in relation to that. I think these suggestions had come from him.
Dr. Cooper.
Thank you. Specifically in relation to the proposal out the advice and guidance from Nature Scott. Now I appreciate that there are, for example, references in the certainly some of the documentation we've seen, methods that have come from the Yorkshire Peatland Partnership, which is absolutely fine, because I mean that's sort of, you know, these various sort of large peatland restoration bodies, for want of a better term, are all working together, sharing methodologies. Some of the ones, for example, from Yorkshire, the principles are fine, and so if you like, there's now if you like, a Scottish variation to fit in with the appropriate sort of the geological conditions, because some of them involve using stone and that sort of thing. So it was just to try and encourage basically to ensure that the best practice was as is currently understood within the Scottish context would be followed.
Okay, thank you. I mean, the first thing that strikes me is that conditions are quite should be very precise in their nature, and we wouldn't normally expect to see that sort of preamble or wording necessarily. And clearly we have to comply with the terms of the circular we have on conditions, which requires them to be precise and enforceable, and the various criteria set out there. Mr. Tinnock, comments on that? Mr. Tinnock, I think you're on mute, or you're perhaps thinking.
I'm sorry, my apologies. Yeah, I don't think in terms of Circular 4 of 1998 that the preamble wording is going to work for reasons that you've said. If there were reasons to be given for conditions, that's where that sort of objective might appear, as opposed to a preamble. In terms of the second suggestion, I take the point. We would have no objection to adding words to the condition. I think we're going to have to circulate something anyway, which so that shall be informed by the objectives set out in the Peatland Action Programme published by Nature Scott. That doesn't concern us. So if paragraph 2 of the conditions, the LNP shall follow the principles set out in the Land Management Plan dated April 2020 and shall be informed by, or follow the principles in, whatever, that a Peatland Action Programme document, that might give comfort to Nature Scott. Would that work?
Ms. Jack?
Yes, I think that would satisfy the overall objective that Nature Scott is seeking to achieve here. So I think we would be content with that. And I suppose the only other thing perhaps to address is Mr. Trinnick's broader point about inclusion of specific consultees and his preference not to have Nature Scott specified in various conditions as a consultee. I'm not sure that inclusion of Nature Scott would preclude consultation with anybody else that the local authority thought appropriate to consult with. And so Nature Scott's preference would be that as a reminder to the local authority, if nothing else, that if inclusion of Nature Scott as a consultee could be in there, it certainly ensures that consultation with Nature Scott takes place, and whoever else the local authority would care to consult with can be dealt with in addition to that.
Okay, and Mr. Tinnock, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think I've got anything to add on that. This has been an enduring debate over the last 35 years as to whether to include consultees in conditions. I can't add anything, but you have my point. But I won't die in the ditch if you take the opposite view.
Thank you. Just given that the land management plan and its effectiveness in terms of what it is to secure is very much tied in with the principles that are set out in the draft habitat management plan and the draft peatland plan. I think sorry, some of my prep was done on the basis of the set of wording. I think the wording might have changed slightly here. The land management plan shall follow the principles set out in the draft habitat management plan, the draft peatland management plan, and the draft land management plan. Yes. So, are we content that the principles established in those documents are sufficient to cover the matters that we have discussed and the impacts in the identified in the EIA? Miss Jack, if you could address that first of all, please.
Can I actually ask Dr. Cooper to come in just to confirm that he would be happy with that?
Yeah, from the perspective of the sort of upland habitats, not in relation to the forestry angle on it, then yes. Although having said that, I think I picked up that Mr. Trinick was saying earlier about maybe removing the peatland management plan from that. If that was to be done, I don't think that would be anything that we would have any problem with. I can see that they are. The peatland management plan is actually addressing a separate issue. It's connected, but it is a largely separate issue.
Okay, but some of the mitigation in the land management plan is connected with the issue of peat, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Relationship. But you're content that the land management plan contains sufficient detail to address the issues that you're concerned with, your field of interest.
Yes, yes.
And Miss Knox, you've studied these documents and you're happy that they address the issues, that given that the planning authority will have responsibility for these conditions.
Yes.
Thank you for that. Okay, so that leaves us then with some additional procedure on that condition, and looking at how that may be tweaked just to address the points that we've discussed today. And again, I will address that through a further procedure notice. But I suppose the first step towards that would be to get a suggested amended wording as agree from the applicant, first of all. Mr. Trinick.
That's absolutely fine, ma'am. We'll do that. Just one point to make on on the condition as it is on the following page, that we've got no later than 18 months prior to decommissioning. I think that's out of place. I'm not sure how that appeared there. It's a repeat of what appears earlier in the eco condition, so we've just deleted it.
That was an addition from you, Miss Jack, was it?
Yes, I think that's perhaps landed in the wrong place in the document, so that's fine.
Yeah, so that will be moved appropriately to the correct place. Okay. Which takes us on really to the linked issues of the bird disturbance management plan and the post-construction management plan and the other conditions on replanting of forestry. These are all linked into the land management plan, and whether, again, the land management plan is sufficient to cover the issues addressed by the consultation authorities. So again, these are all issues to be addressed through the further procedure that we talked about.
Ma'am, can I just come in briefly there?
Yeah.
On the bird disturbance management plan, I'm not sure we're right there, because that's the land management plan is an operational plan. The bird disturbance plan is a construction issue. So I think probably that needs to be reinstated. We'd be happy if it was reinstated.
Yes, and one thing that occurred to me was that the link in between the various plans that would come under the auspices of the construction monitoring. And so I think it's just important that we make sure that those things are tied in correctly. But I think that's really what you're saying there, isn't it?
It is what I'm saying. It may be best to take this to be read more closely with the SEMP condition. In other words, the SEMP will comprise not merely a series of approvals of specific points, construction works, but it can also incorporate reference to the peat management plan and the bird disturbance management plan. They all fit together, I think.
Yes. And just when we're on that, is there also a link between the construction environmental management plan and elements of the land management plan as well? It's just to make sure that we're covering these issues as to how they're going to be managed. Because who's going to take responsibility for the implementation of the land management plan in terms of that monitoring and implementation?
Yeah, I think there is some unnecessary, undesirable crossover at the moment. They need to be rigorously separated.
Yeah.
I had noted in paragraph A of the land management plan reference to construction. I thought, well, come on, this is about operation, not about construction. So I think some general attention to that separation of construction and operation is needed, and we'll give that attention following your procedure notice.
That's fine. And yeah, just thinking about how the land management plan is going to be effectively policed in terms of implementation as well.
Yes. Yes, so I've noted paragraph 3 of the land management plan condition. The management group has a wonderful time approving accounts and doing all that sort of thing. I'm not quite sure quite what else it does, but except have lunch, presumably. I don't know.
Okay, yeah, so if we can leave that again, that'll be something that you can exercise your minds to just addressing those points that we've talked about. And I think that we could have a bit of an exchange about the wording first of these conditions, and then I'll issue a procedure notice to the consultation authorities that we've discussed today, which takes us on then to we've discussed the bird disturbance management plan and the fact that that may have to be reinstated subject to the interlinking of those, and that then the issue about post-construction monitoring also need to just make sure that that's properly addressed within the land management plan, and would be covered in that condition. It's just so that those issues are not being lost, that we're specifically addressing the concerns of ISPB. The condition 11 responded to matters raised by Marine Scotland. That all seems to be in order, and I note the change, the slight improvement to the wording there. Is there anything else on that before we moved off 11? Ms. Jack, please.
It wasn't in relation to 11, it was still actually in relation to the bird disturbance management plan issue. Nature Scott are just wishing to flag that operations in relation to maintenance can cause bird disturbance, so they would like to ensure that the operation plan includes that aspect.
Noted, that's fair. We'll respond to that in our following the procedure notice. We won't forget that.
Thank you.
Thank you. So you will comment on that revised wording, Ms. Jack, so that we're just sure that we have something that we can count with.
That's fine.
That's fine. So the water quality and fish monitoring, that's where we've got to. Is everyone content then with that? show of hands might be appropriate if that's the case. Yeah, that's fine. Replanting of forestry, there are issues attached to that which we've discussed. Anything else the council wish to make? Also the long-term forest plan. Any observations that the council wish to make on that?
Nothing in addition to what we've already discussed now.
Okay, because the ISPB also made comments in relation to the proposals for planting about the spacing and the way to best manage habitat in that respect. So it's just making sure that those matters are addressed as far as they can be, or there's opportunity for them to be addressed through the suspensive conditions on the prior agreement of the land management plan. Anything else on those two matters? Okay, thank you. Now, condition 16. On 15 borrow pits, again, it's just this issue of insertion of consultation with Nature Scot. I think, given that these issues have been the subject of matters discussed at the inquiry, my preference would be for those consultation references to be put in. I've heard what you said, Mr. Trinick, but I think that would be helpful. I think just to make sure that box is clearly ticked in terms of making sure that the appropriate authorities are involved in those discussions. Ultimately, of course, the decision rests with the council.
Noted. I'm not going to fight about that, but I've already.
That's fine. Thank you.
Given my position.
So moving on to condition 16 is the construction management plan. And again, I suppose because I would normally expect the peat management plan to fall under the auspices of this, it's just again that indication that how these things fit together in terms of the responsibilities of the management of the construction process. Is there anything else on the construction environmental management plan apart from those issues that we talked about before?
I think it's a matter of drafting now to ensure that we do pull it all together. The peat management plan, the bird disturbance management plan, and what's already in there, they all come together.
Yeah, just so that these things are all effectively contained within that monitoring and implementation and the policing regime that would apply to that.
Can I ask one question? You, in your agenda, you'd said 16J. I didn't quite know what you wanted there.
Well, this was just picking up a point about, it was a specific point I got from the committee report, the council's committee report, I think from a separate consultation, which I couldn't find in the core document list. If I take you to CD31, and it's the response of the council's roads service, dated the most recent, the 19th of October.
So what document is that?
CD 3.1.
Which page is that?
One is our Gowland Butte committee report.
Can you give me the electronic page number? Is that page 3 or?
It's page 39.
Oh, 39.
I mean, it's quite specific, so it's probably covered by the generality of that, given that the visibility displays are specifically mentioned to be agreed in advance. So it was just making sure that the council were we're happy that that was sufficiently addressed. Miss Knox?
Apologies, Mum. I should have picked on that when considering the draft conditions. I'm happy to have another look at the requirements of the roads engineer and make sure that they'll be adequately covered under Section J of that condition, if you want me to do so.
I mean, Section J does include reference to visibility displays, so that may be sufficient. I just wanted to make sure that you were content with that. Mr. Chinock?
I think, ma'am, I'd rather leave it as it is for this reason, that the X distance and the Y distance for the visibility displays may partly be a function of traffic management as well. So if traffic is managed in such a way as to enable a reduction in visibility displays and therefore a reduction in the environmental impact of the visibility displays, that may be an alternative way around it. I think we have to look at this in broader terms than just the X and Y distance.
Ms. Knox, you could perhaps just check with your roads colleagues just to confirm that the wording is sufficient for their purposes. That might be helpful.
Okay, I will do.
Thank you. And we can roll that into your response once the applicant issues its clean set of conditions following our discussion today. That's fine, thank you. Now, anything else on the construction and environmental management plan and method statement?
There is one point, ma'am, and that relates to private water supplies that we've inserted, because that comes up later in relation to condition 26, where there is a, from memory, where is it? Which is page 38, it's way on. Yeah, the council wanted a separate condition relating to the protection of private water supplies. We think that the provision in the SEMP paragraph S will be sufficient, although I think a little redrafting might be required to take out the words "the agreed hydrological parameters be exceeded," which doesn't mean anything to me, and put in place "should construction activities interrupt such supplies," which is what you're after. I think we can cover that under the SEMP rather than have a separate condition, but I think the council take a different view on that.
I think the council appear to have agreed to that amendment. Is that correct, Ms. Knox?
Sorry, ma'am. No, I have ran the condition past our environmental health officer, whom would prefer the condition to remain separate. I'm perfectly happy to run the amendment past her for further consideration.
Okay. So had you discussed that S with them? Sorry,
yes.
I haven't quite picked. You had discussed it. You
I'm
had discussed it with.
Yes, it has been discussed with the environmental health officer, who was quite keen for it to remain as a separate condition.
Okay. And the reasons for that would be what was your reason for that?
So my understanding from our environmental health officer was that she thought the condition suggested by them was more comprehensive in relation to the appraisal of the wholesomeness and sufficiency of the private water supplies, and I believe monitoring from the top of my head. But as I said, I'm happy to go back.
Okay, would do the applicant have a strong view about that being contained separately? Otherwise?
No, it's not that strong a view. I mean, it's as long as the condition protects private water supplies in whatever form, that's fine. It's just my preference to minimise the number of conditions and shorten the number of conditions in principle. But you know, it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, I think perhaps given it is a separate issue, then perhaps if we could have that included as a separate condition, that might avoid any difficulties with that. Okay, moving on then in terms of aviation lighting, there doesn't seem to be any remaining issue with that. That seems to have all been cleared away. Is everyone content with that condition? Hands up as appropriate. Thank you. And the aviation lighting and safety. Condition 22. Condition 22, 25, sorry, condition 25. Bear with me a second. Now, the noise condition, we did have a written procedure here, given that AVIC and Kilkenny Community Council had raised concerns about noise and felt that the simplified noise survey wasn't sufficient, and they raised issues about the amplification effects of turbines and the spacing, the density of the turbines, given the prevailing wind and the noise conditions over the water. Now, the applicant did respond to those matters, and we do have condition 25, which reflects the sort of condition we would normally have on a section 36 case. Can I just check with the council? You did consider the responses made by the community council, and I take it your environmental health officer remains content with the wording of this condition and that it provides the necessary surety. Ms. Knox.
Yes, ma'am. Our environmental health officer is aware of the communication from the community councils, and that has been taken into account in his consideration of this condition, which he is happy with.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Knox. Anything the applicant wanted to add in terms of their condition on noise?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Moving on then, condition 26 on private water supplies, we have addressed that issue. Are we happy with the wording of that as a separate condition?
It does look awfully long. I wonder if it's over complex, but we don't have any objection to the wording. It's just a matter of drafting, really.
Okay. I mean, if there was a way, it does seem a little wordy. If there was a way of condensing it a little bit, I can always look at that if it's just minor tweaks. So are we happy then with 26, subject to perhaps some minor amendments?
So that's fine.
Thank you. Which I think covers all the other issues
It doesn't.
raised. Mr. Chinnick, sorry.
I don't think it does, ma'am. No, there are a couple of other, not on your agenda, but there are a couple of other conditions where the parties aren't in agreement. If we carry on to page 39, there's the peat slide, landslide condition issue.
Sorry, bear with me just a second. Yeah, because this is the addition. This is the additional response to the Ironside Barra checking, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes, sorry, 27. Again, this is a late addition to the list. So add the standard condition in relation to peat landslide risk from Scottish Natural Heritage, from Nature Scot. Do you want to just explain that one, please, Ms. Jack? Any comments that you wanted to make on that?
But this was a suggestion of inclusion of the standard condition that had come from Dr. Cooper, so I would defer to him in relation to why he would want to see that included. If I could hand over to him on this one.
Dr. Cooper?
Yes, thanks. Now I appreciate that this is actually a Dr. Mills is sort of much more engaged and involved and knows more about these things than I do. So this was putting in this at this stage was really just a check on something to make sure that something hadn't been missed. The peat landslide and hazard risk assessment, as I understood it, that was submitted as part of the EIA report was in relation to the an assessment in relation to from baseline a condition of baseline conditions, whereas this proposal here is looking at construction conditions. So it was actually hoping that Dr. Mills, who is available, and I believe he is with us, was able to sort of comment on that and whether the impacts of construction were taken into account in the original risk assessment, and if they weren't, whether any measures that are associated with construction, mitigation measures associated with construction, should at least be incorporated into conditions in some way.
Okay. Just, I had made a note actually under 3 was that the peat landslide risk assessment that was audited by Ironside Barra. It does form part of the application. It's just whether do we need a specific reference to it in the conditions? Mr. Chack, you could perhaps address that.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I think it's. I've spoken to Dr. Mills. It is appropriate to add a condition. I think that the condition suggested is unnecessarily lengthy, and I think this is another case for a procedure notice, and we'll supply something. But if I read out, it's a very brief condition, which I think does the job. No development shall commence until a peat landslide hazard risk assessment, a PLHRA, has been submitted to and approved in writing by the planning authority. The PLHRA shall follow the principles set out in the PLHRA of December 2017 and shall be implemented. I think that does the job, and clearly the consultees will include Ironside Barra on that final document.
Okay, so that ties it into the document that Ironside Barra have already commented and
Indeed, yeah,
submitted their comments on.
I think that covers that point, and Nature Scot's point was correct. We do need to deal with it.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't necessarily intending to, on the hope that people were taking notes of everything we were discussing today, I wasn't intending to address a procedure notice to each one of these. I was hoping that we could have an exchange on the back of this meeting today, which would be the applicant picking up on the points that have been agreed or, and the further detail that we've talked about today. We could circulate that amongst parties, and then I could progress a procedure notice that would cover the consultation authorities.
That's fine, ma'am. We'll engage on that basis.
That's fine, thank you. Now, other matters then in terms of things that I haven't covered in the agenda that people wish to raise?
Well, as conditions 23 and 24, we do need to go through because those are not fully agreed. It's decommissioning and the final financial guarantee for decommissioning.
And I think we skipped over condition 7 as well, so we might need to go back to that one too.
23, 24 and 7. Okay, so let's start with 23 then in terms of just bear with me a second. The decommissioning condition, Nature Scott wish to be consulted and also propose that the standard condition wording should be used as follows. Again, that's just going back to the model condition wording. Ms. Jack, can you just give some detail to that, please?
Yes, I think Nature Scott would wish to have the standard model wording used. I think they were concerned that the wording that had been proposed by the applicant was a little light in a couple of areas. One in particular being that it doesn't provide for a finite period within which restoration of the site should be completed. So, whereas the standard model wording includes a total period for restoration not exceeding 3 years. So I think Nature Scott were concerned to have a period within which restoration would be carried out. I think they were also concerned to have the appropriate plans for decommissioning in place before commencement of the development, so that everything was agreed up front rather than waiting for the development to have commenced and then at some later point wording to be agreed in relation to decommissioning, restoration and the aftercare strategy. And again, the standard condition contains a wording no later than 3 years prior to decommissioning of the development or the expiration of the consent, whichever is earlier. Detailed commissioning, restoration and aftercare plan shall be submitted. And they were keen to see that, and also keen to see inclusion of a requirement on planning authority to consult with Nature Scott and SEPA in that respect. Those were the principal reasons, I think, for wanting inclusion of the longer and more detailed wording that we see in the model condition.
Okay. The council's view on that, using something more akin to the model condition for decommissioning? Ms. Knox?
The council is in agreement with Nature Scott on that proposed condition.
Thank you for clarifying that. And Mr. Trinick, then, in terms of that condition?
Well, I'm afraid, like a lot of the standard conditions, it's pretty poorly worded, frankly, and is far too long. And it doesn't need to be so long. I think in response, first of all, it's a 30-year consent, not 25. That's what we've sought. That's a minor point which could be covered. So far as detailing a finite period for restoration, I'm not sure why on earth Nature Scott think that's a good idea. The restoration will be signed off when it's finished. And if you're saying there's a cut-off at 3 years and whatever state the restoration is then at, then it's deemed to be completed. I'm not sure why that's in the interests of Nature Scott. The scheme to be supplied, as we've suggested, can easily incorporate a sign-off provision when Nature Scott and the council are satisfied with the state of restoration. I would have thought that protects the environment far better than an arbitrary cut-off. In terms of submitting a scheme for restoration, decommissioning restoration before you start development, I'm not a fan of that because I'm not sure how on earth you do that 30 years before the event. If there's some broad strategy that can be agreed at that stage, if that really has any meaning, well, fine. But I don't see it does have a meaning. It's best to leave these things until you know what the state of the land is, the state of everything is, 30-something years from now. In terms of submitting something 3 years prior to decommissioning, well, that relates to relates back to the scheme that Nature Scott want to see submitted before we start work. So all in all, I'm not that impressed with the approach in the standard condition. What our condition says is not later than 12 months before expiry, you submit a scheme for approval. That scheme will define itself, both in terms of content, in terms of approval, and in terms of approval of the final state of restoration. It does what it, the fact it's short doesn't mean it doesn't do what's required. I think it does.
Okay, thank you. And we do have the model conditions that were the culmination of a consultation process, and they are endorsed by the Energy Consents Unit. The suspensive nature, I suppose, does provide, is important in providing a degree of surety to the council as to how these works are going to be addressed from the outset. So it would be certainly my preference to see something of that nature. So could we undertake to have a condition that aligns better with the model condition?
Sorry, no, I do disagree with that model conditions approach, and the fact it emerged. I was part of the consultation process, and there were, believe me, very many comments that weren't taken on board. I don't like the condition. We strongly prefer our own condition for the reasons I've given. I'm afraid it's your decision, man, but I'm afraid that's our view.
I will record your position on that. Nature Scott, anything in terms of response on that?
I think you have my submission, ma'am. I think it is important to have that suspensive element, as you referred to, and our position would remain that the wording closer to the model wording would be the preference of Nature Scott.
Thank you for that, and that's the council's position as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Knox?
Sorry. Yes, ma'am.
Yes. That's fine, thank you. Okay, so moving on then from that issue, that's 23. 24 is the financial guarantee. And again, Ms. Jack, can you just explain your position on that matter?
Yes, indeed. Again, 2 points for well, 2 principal points that are we would say are better attended to in terms of the model wording than the wording that's been proposed. I think the wording that the applicant has proposed provides no turbine foundation shall be put in place until details of financial provisions to be put in place are provided, whereas the wording in the model condition, which we think provides better protection, requires that there shall be no commencement of development unless the applicant has delivered a bond or other form of financial guarantee. We think that it's important that there is delivery rather than simply details being provided. We think it's also important that there's provision included for the value of the financial guarantee to be determined by a suitably qualified independent professional as being sufficient, if that becomes necessary. And we also think that the provision in the standard model wording as to the value of the financial guarantee being reviewed by a suitably qualified independent professional not less than every 5 years is also an important element that isn't currently included within the proposed wording from the applicant.
Okay, and thank you for explaining your position on that. The council, you had agreed, it appears from this, you had agreed previously to this. In light of Nature Scott's comments, what was your position now?
Our position now is that we would agree with Nature Scott's position.
Okay, and your reasons for that?
I think originally we had actually circulated. I think we had identified model conditions, and I'm not sure why we reverted back, but I think having given it further consideration, ma'am, we would support the view of Nature Spot on this one.
Thank you. And the applicant, your reasons for wishing to depart from the wording, particularly the suspensive nature of it.
Well, I'm not going to go back to the standard wording. I look at rather what we want to include. For once, I actually agree with some of the points being made here. I think that it'd be far better to have a pure suspensive condition preventing any development until the financial guarantee is in place. I agree with that. That would happen anyway. It's part of the financial close process that would happen. Secondly, I do agree. I think these provisions need to be reviewed because of changing cost structures, changing everything over a period of 30 years. And in terms of any other approvals, I think the words have been submitted to and approved in writing by the planning authority do cover it, because the planning authority won't approve matters until they're happy with the terms of the guarantee, and they have full reign, subject to reasonableness, to do that. I wouldn't want to tie that down any further. So I agree on 2 out of the 3 points, and we can supply some amended wording.
Okay.
But it won't be based on the model condition. It'll be based on our view of what's best.
Okay. I mean, I think that indicates a way forward is that if you, having taken on board the discussion today, redraft your conditions, and we can circulate a similar table to the one we have already, so that I am then clear where we have remaining areas in dispute, and that then gives me the basis then to make my recommendation to ministers following the consultation procedure that we talked about before. Okay, which takes us on to condition 7 as the remaining one I think we needed to discuss today. Which is the ecological clerk of works. Subject to inclusion of additional wording shown at D in column 1, which is require the ECOW to report to the planning authority any incidences of non-compliance with the ECOW works at the earliest practical opportunity. Ms. Jack, do you just want to explain that addition for us, please?
It was really just to allow a mechanism for oversight by the planning authority if there were any instances of non-compliance. I think it's just a straightforward reference back to the planning authority.
It just ensures that sort of policing that we were talking about.
That's right. It's an oversight provision, and I think it there's little to be said beyond that.
Thank you. And Ms. Knox, are you content that would be included?
Yes, the council is content with that, but we would also want the condition to be in consultation with Nature Scot and SEPA.
Nature Scot and SEPA, yeah, I see that wording there, in consultation with Nature Scot and SEPA, and we can replace all the references to SNH with Nature Scot. We'll also need to get the specific references put in where there's any references to specific documents to make sure that they're the correct ones. Anything else? Oh, sorry, Mr. Tinnick, on condition 7. Any comments on what we've heard?
No, we're content with D, and it makes sense. I think there's some drafting. Eco works not defined. We put approved construction plans, that would be better because that is defined. But apart from that, we're happy.
Yes, and again, you know, we talked before about making sure that the remit of the ecological clerk of works in terms of the various other conditions is made clear, and there's no ambiguity about that.
If we do a general check across the conditions to make sure that's the case.
just that everything's tied into those. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Any other matters on conditions then? Anyone wishes to raise? Okay, we'll end with that. And we've clarified what's going to happen from now, and accepting there is a little bit of work to be done before we get to a point where I have something on which to base my recommendations to ministers. Everyone in agreement?
Happy
Yes.
with
Yeah.
That's fine. Okay, that would then bring to a close the conditions and hearing session. I thank you all very much for your contributions to that. Now, Ms. Jack, I presume that you'll be leaving us now. Is that the case? You won't be joining us for the policy session.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to depart at this point.
So shall we just, did you have the chance to consider closing submissions amongst yourselves at all in terms of timings and dates?
Yes, I think there's been some discussion amongst parties in relation to that, and I'll maybe hand over to Mr. Trinick. I'd indicated that I would be content to deal with written submissions within around 3 weeks, but I think Mr. Trinick has reason to suggest that a longer period would be appropriate, so I'll hand over to him on that front.
Mr. Trinick.
Thank you, ma'am. 3 weeks would be difficult for me. I've got a Glenshorrow inquiry starting on the 9th of November. But there is another better reason for asking for a longer period, and that is that, as we will discuss shortly, there are 2 expected documents coming out in December. One is an interim statement for MPF4 from the government, and the other is the updated climate change plan. Both of those documents are relevant to this inquiry. And it seems to me, rather than have closing submissions and then have to have later representations on those documents, because we will certainly wish to make representations on them, you might wish to delay closing submissions until, shall we say, mid-December, because by that stage those 2 documents should be out. But you can do. I see little point in having a closure of the process until we've had the opportunity to consider those documents. And we know they are coming out because government has told us they're coming out. They're coming out in early December.
Okay, I suppose my reticence on that is just in terms of me progressing with my writing up. It is good to have the closing submissions just to assist with that process. And MPF4, yes, if there was a delay in those coming out, I think my preference would be to have closing submissions and then address that through further procedure if we need to.
Mum, if I could add in my own point of view on that as well. I had anticipated that the closing submissions would take the normal route, which would be 2 weeks for the objecting parties. That would be myself and Nature Scott, and myself on behalf of the council, with the applicants provided with a further week thereafter to comment on them, provide their own final submissions, tweaked if they wish, to take account of the objecting comments made against them. I've been in discussion with Miss Jack, who for very understandable reasons thinks that 3 weeks plus 1 week would be preferable, and I would agree with that because I have other commitments that would make it difficult. But I think we're talking into a whole different ballgame if we are delaying the finality and conclusion of this inquiry into this particular application until mid-December, and thereafter to allow a further timetable for comments on government policy, which may have an effect on the final submissions that might be made by all parties. So, not wishing to prejudge what parties might say, and obviously can't prejudge what would happen, it suggests, for my own part, I would have thought that a reasonable period would be the 3+1 period that I've suggested, which provides correct closure and completion finality to this particular procedure. And I wholeheartedly agree with what you suggested. If parties consider it necessary, then there can be an exchange of correspondence thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Jack, any observations on that?
I'm very much in your hands, ma'am. From my perspective, a 2-week timescale would cause me some considerable difficulty with commitments next week due to I appear to be covering for a large number of colleagues who are on holiday next week and someone who's on paternity leave. So I suspect my availability to do anything next week in relation to this inquiry will be severely hampered by that. So I would associate myself with Mr. O'Carroll's submission that if you're minded to go with a more standard timetable, then 3 weeks plus 1 week would be fine with me. But I appreciate what Mr. Trinick is saying in relation to the update expected in relation to policy. I suppose the potential for it being delayed is always there, and I recognise your concerns, ma'am, in relation to you not being able to get on with matters that you require to attend to in the meantime. So I'm in your hands.
Okay, so if we were to go with a more conventional closing, it would be the 6th of November for the council and Nature Scott, and the 13th of November, which would be 1 week after for Mr. Trinick. Would that be doable in terms of your diary, Mr. Trinick?
I accept the general point. Okay, we'll have closing submissions and later representations, but no, that's quite impossible because I have got the Glenshire inquiry, which starts on the week of the 9th of November and doesn't finish as scheduled until it's more than a 1 week inquiry. So that cuts me out of that. At the very earliest, I would ask for the 27th of November. I would prefer it for the 4th of December, but if you're going to push me, I'll see if I can undo it by the 27th.
Okay, so if we said then the 4th of December, we could give the other parties a little longer to prepare theirs then, which would take, if we said for the other parties coming in on the 13th of November, would that be giving you another week?
Are you saying, did you 30th or the 13th?
13th.
13th, yeah, thank you.
And then mine by when?
Well, the 4th of December then would.
But I'm very grateful that helps me a lot.
So 13th of November followed by the 4th of December, and if there are other issues that are brought to my attention that there is a case to address, then that would have to be addressed through a further procedure. Okay. Anything else at all then before we lose Ms Jack and close this part of the inquiry? Okay.
Nothing for me, ma'am.
Thank you all very much for your participation. Now it's now 11:30, so I need a little bit of time just to prepare for the next hearing session. So if we could reconvene at 11:45, would that be appropriate?
It's fine.
That's fine, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. If you can just turn off your videos now, thank you. Okay, good morning and welcome to those that have just joined us. If I can ask everyone to join the room, please. Now, this is the final session of this inquiry into the Section 36 application for the Blarghour wind farm. And this morning we considered the conditions that would be applied in the event that permission was granted. And this final session is to look at the policy context within which any decision would be made. And an agenda has been circulated to that effect, which hopefully you all have today. And I could just then please, we've got some new parties that have joined us today. So if I can just ask the lead party to introduce their team for this policy hearing session, please. Mr. Trinick, first of all.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, David Bell will be doing most of the work in this session. I may come in occasionally, but it'll be David Bell you should look to in the first instance.
Thank you, and welcome, Mr. Bell.
Hello.
And can I just check your sound, please, Mr. Bell, just to make sure we can hear you?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Seems to be a little delay. Try again.
Yes, can you hear me now?
I seem your mouth isn't moving in sync with your voice, but so it's certainly got a little bit of buffering there, I think.
Right,
Okay,
no worries about that. Can you hear me now?
yes.
Sir?
Are other people finding Mr. Bell difficult to see and hear?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Maybe if I take the headphones off, do you want to try that?
Yes. Okay. I think it's more the picture actually than your voice. But that's not necessarily a problem if we can hear you. No, I think we should stick with the headphones. I think.
Tell you what, David, what I'm going to suggest is you come sit here and use my iMac. Ma'am, what I'm going to suggest is that Mr. Bell comes and sits where I am, because we know that my system works.
Yeah. Well, shall we just check to see if it's resolved itself now? It looks better now. Can we just check the?
Ma'am, we're going to just swap over David Bell and I. We know my system works, and I'll go and sit where he is.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. You could just turn off your cameras while you do that, please. Can we just make sure we're observing physical distancing, please, whilst we're doing this? Thank you.
Do a test. Go on. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry, I'm at a new desk and machine, so if you just bear with me if I need to, if I'm slower on any point, but it should run smoothly, hopefully.
Okay, that's fine, and there's no need for the headset either because I can hear you okay. Can everyone else hear Mr. Bell sufficiently?
I can hear Mr. Bell, but he's got quite a lot of echo.
I think there's, yeah, is there still echo coming through? Yes, we've got to get it real. Do you want me to switch that off? Yeah. If you just bear with me a second, I'm just going to switch off my laptop, which I think is causing the echo.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Right. Hopefully that should resolve the echo problem.
Okay, so you're going to be speaking on behalf of the applicant, and Mr. O'Carroll, can you introduce the council's team for the meeting today, please?
Yes, ma'am. The main evidence will be provided jointly by Arlene Knox and Mark Lodge on behalf of the council, with a certain amount of addition by myself, which will be limited.
Thank you, Mr. O'Carroll, and welcome, Mr. Lodge. Can we just do a sound check with you as well, please?
Morning, ma'am. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yes, you're coming across very clearly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Miss Knox, we're still hearing you okay? No.
Sorry, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You'll have, yeah, as long, if you're going to speak, you'll have to sit closer to your laptop.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay. Thank you very much for that. So everyone has the agenda in front of them, and so we'll start off with the energy and climate change policy issues. Now, I wasn't proposing to address this in a great deal of detail. I have considered what's set out in the Statement of Agreed Matters in terms of the energy policy context, and I'm aware of that. Mr. Bell's statement at CD 14.7, core document CD 14.7 addresses these matters in chapter 2 of his statement, so I've read through that as well, and through the original planning statement that was submitted with the application, which is referenced as core document 1.3. The council's position is as set out in its committee report CD 3.1 and its hearing statement, which is CD 14.10. Now, paragraphs 4.14 to 4.21 of the Statement of Agreed Matters, except that taking all this together, except that renewable energy policy, the associated targets, is a matter that should be afforded significant weight in this case. So I was taking that as read that there was agreement of parties on that matter.
If I could interject then at that stage, you'll note from the Statement of Agreed Matters, the version I have has annotations from all of the different parties on a Word document. I'm not sure if that's the one you're working from.
Yes, that's the one I've got as well, yeah.
Well, you'll see at the end there that there is, in fact, that's a matter towards the end. That's at what is currently then 421 is the statement that you're referring to. And underneath that, I mean, clearly it's a matter that can be agreed, because clearly it is the case that energy policy should be afforded significant weight. What I did was to insert an additional clause in identical wording, but for statement that landscape and visual impacts of the proposed wind farm developments should also be afforded significant weight in this case. And again, I would have thought that was uncontroversial. So, but that has not been accepted. So what I've said is that if that, I thought, uncontroversial statement were not to be accepted, then it wouldn't be accepted that the other uncontroversial statement should also be accepted. So it's not it is accepted, but it's not accepted as a freestanding proposition, if I could put it that way.
Okay, and I was stating it as, I suppose, a freestanding proposition, given that I was going to go on to the caveats or the other provisions that we might find in national policy which point to other things. So we can perhaps just park that and revisit it once we've been through those points. Mr. Bell, anything on that kind of background context in terms of just accepting those agreed matters?
No, that seems straightforward. I think on your item 2, my main comments were going to come in at your 2 questions that you posed just at the end.
That's fine. So just in terms of the sort of caveated position that Mr. O'Carroll references, we have, I just wanted to clarify the wording that we would find in the onshore wind policy statement, December 2017, which is referenced as CD 6.1, if people have that. I think there was an incorrect core document link to that, but I think that's been rectified now. These are fairly short points, but it was really just to canvass the view of parties on the wording on page 18 and the wording on page 9, which I think perhaps links into that sort of caveated support or agreement that the council were giving to renewable energy policy, and how it is, how the weight should be attached to those matters. Could I invite comments on the text in those paragraphs? Mr. Bell, you might like to begin. Thanks.
Yes, I think the stance of taking placing significant weight on renewable energy benefits and the policy background is clearly not unqualified, and one can take a stance of placing such weight on the benefits, but it's clearly recognised that coming into the planning balance are other considerations, and that's what the onshore wind policy statement flags up in terms of taking into account adverse effects, as it does at paragraph 25.
I wonder if I could request, I wonder if Mr. Bell could perhaps try and lower the volume for his microphone, and there he can avoid shouting at us, although he doesn't intend to, obviously, and also it can avoid the feedback that occurred at the start of that answer.
Okay, does that sound better? I've turned the volume down as well. Okay,
well, you're just as loud as you were before, but you're actually avoiding the feedback now. Thank you.
That's fine, thank you. It doesn't sound too loud to me. I think it might just be Mr. O'Carroll's sound system. Okay, so Mr. O'Carroll, anything on that point? Would you accept what Mr. Bell, his view on how those elements should be read together?
That's an uncontroversial statement. I wonder if either of my team have anything to add.
Mr. Lodge?
Thank you, ma'am. No, I would agree with Mr. Bell in terms of it requires to be taken in a balance. So yeah, there is weight to be attributed to it, but the balance has to take into account environmental considerations as well.
Okay, and was that really the point that you were making when you caveated that in your statement of agreement?
Yes, it's we need to strike a balance. Planning is all about balance, and clearly there are different competing pressures and considerations to be taken into account, and considerations why energy policy and the need to address climate impacts are important. Planning policy, including SPP, does recognise that environmental and landscape impacts also require to be taken into consideration.
Thank you for that, Mr. Lodge. I think we can leave those points and maybe focus then on the questions at the bottom. Had the council had a chance to read the conclusions on energy policy that Mr. Bell refers to in CD 10.30, and did you have any comments that you wish to make on that approach or those conclusions? Ms. Knox, were you going to answer that, or?
Yes, ma'am. The council notes the emphasis placed by Mr. Bell on paragraph 83 of the Melinderdale decision, and agrees that the need to respond to climate change, the urgency and scale of that challenge, and the contribution of wind and other renewable energy in doing so.
Sorry, Ms. Knox, could I just ask you to slow down a little bit so I can take a note? That's fine, thank you.
Sorry, we agree in doing so are all considerably heightened in importance. Furthermore, that as a material consideration, the value that should be attached to the renewable energy benefits of any proposed development are increased. This said, the council agrees with the reporter where she states at paragraph 84 that these benefits still have to be weighed in the overall planning balance. They do not override other considerations, and the council notes that in the Melinderdale case that the reporter did not consider that the energy related and economic benefits outweighed the adverse effects of the proposed development, and I think this is reflective of the view of Argyll and Bute Council in the Blarghour case. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for that clarification, Ms. Knox. And Mr. Bell, would you like to respond to that at all?
Yes, I mean, I think that's helpful. I don't disagree with what Ms. Knox has said there. I think the key point in referencing this appeal decision was not to look at the circumstances of the case in any way or the merits of that particular project. It was the approach of the decision maker in being prepared to recognise that beyond SPP that was prepared back in 2014, and it was based on a draft prepared in 2012, 2013, that there are in play a number of new material considerations, and it's legitimate and proper to take these into account in planning or a Section 36 determination. And of course, yes, the additional weight that might be placed on the benefits doesn't automatically override the impacts. I think we're agreed on that, and that didn't happen in that case. But so that is I think we're generally in agreement then that it's relevant, and that approach I would certainly commend for you to adopt, ma'am, in this case.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Are we content to move on from that point then? If we can all just raise our hands if we agree that we're happy to move on, that's fine. Thank you. So just then on this point that Mr. Bell makes, that the climate emergency changes the context of Scottish planning policy and the national planning framework, implying greater weight in the planning balance than previously. Could I invite the comment of the council on that, please, first of all? I'm not sure who's going to answer that, Mr. Knox or Mr. Lodge. Ms. Knox, please.
It doesn't with regard to SPP or MPF3, which require to be read in their own context. We can't second guess any rebalancing of these documents in the absence of updated policy. Paragraphs 28 and 169 of SPP remain paramount and require the balance as stated to be applied, as acknowledged in the Melinderdale decision quoted earlier. we think that we do need to acknowledge an increase in the value of renewable energy benefits, but recognise that these need to be balanced with other considerations.
And Mr. Bell, just to clarify what you meant by that and what your position is on that.
I think your term "changing the context" is entirely accurate, and this is the same point actually as Melender dealt with. The context has changed insofar as we now have new material considerations. We have new statute by way of the Emissions Reduction Act, climate emergency, global pandemic, and a major economic recession, and we have the various other policy reports we've referred to. And we have a greater urgency. And I think the key point is we know back in December 2017, the position was urgent, and the situation is now more serious and more grave than it was back then. So the context is continuing to change. So SPP is of its time, and yes, paragraph 169 helps us with the considerations, but it gives us no guidance on weight to be attributed to benefits. So it remains as the planning policy framework, that's agreed, but there are these new matters in play. Now, what I would just say in my concluding point on this question is that there is a new document that has been lodged, and it was submitted too late before for the hearing statements, but it's the latest report from the Committee on Climate Change to the Scottish Government, CD 630. So I think if you're in agreement, ma'am, there's just a few sections I would wish to highlight from this document, which is the latest position that is before the Scottish Government.
I had noted we had accepted that as a late document, so it might be useful if you can just direct me to the pertinent part.
Thank you. It links importantly to the points that Mr. Trinick mentioned in terms of the NPF4 position statement and the new climate change plan that may be subject to later representation. So this is the foundation, if you like, of that latest position that you may get within a few weeks. But the report references progress made in emissions reduction in Scotland. And on page 11, that's the executive summary. It states that the next decade will be a new era for Scotland, given the net zero target for 2045 and the new context for all policy making in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. And it states that greenhouse gas emissions must be cut consistently year after year until they reach net zero. And it also states on that page that the Committee on Climate Change welcomes the government's intention to delay the publication of the climate change plan from April this year to December. So that is one of the references that Mr. Trinick said earlier. Now, on page 12, this is still in the executive summary, it states that the new climate change plan must be consistent with achieving net zero by 2045. And it also states that Scotland must deliver meaningful reductions outside of the power sector. One of the key points coming through in the report is that Scotland has been very successful in reducing emissions from the likes of closure of Longannet power station and in the electricity sector, but it has not made much progress at all in terms of transport and reducing emissions from buildings and so on. And it's going on to chapter 1, I would say a key point on page 25 is that the CCC state that this will require a strategic shift in climate policy. And also on page 25, it makes the point that the the interim targets that were introduced in the Emissions Reduction Act last year are more challenging than the CCC recommended. That's the 75% reduction by 2030. And it goes on page 26, I would highlight, to state that, and this is a quote, it states the challenge for low carbon electricity generation in Scotland is not complete. Scotland must now capitalise, especially on the potential for inexpensive renewable generation, by decarbonising other sectors of the economy by electrification, as well as increasing exports to the rest of the GB system. So what it's essentially saying is that, notwithstanding that there's been good progress in the electricity sector, the massive electrification or the deep electrification that's required across the economy is going to require us to capitalise on renewable energy generation. And the other point I would highlight is on page 96. There's a specific reference to national planning policy, where the CCC recommends that the forthcoming update to the NPF, National Planning Framework, will be a useful lever, quote, to introduce a favourable planning regime for low-cost onshore wind. Now, onshore wind is the only technology that gets a specific mention in the context of NPF 4. It doesn't talk about biomass or solar. It is specifically onshore wind. Now, that recommendation is also referred to in Chapter 6, page 120, where it states that in terms of actions for the Scottish Government, NPF 4 should align to a net zero energy system, and this is quote, by ensuring Scotland has a favourable planning and consenting regime for onshore wind and other renewables, and supporting repowering and life extensions of wind power. Now, that recommendation is also in the Executive Summary, Table 6, and it links there to the updated assessment that will come out in the Climate Change Plan. And the expectation is that the Climate Change Plan will set out the generation requirements needed to achieve net zero. Now, I think it's perfectly fair for parties to this inquiry to say, these are only recommendations put to the Scottish Government, and we don't yet know what the Scottish Government will do about these, whether they will take them on board. But if one looks back at the suite of Climate Change Committee reports that came out to the Scottish Government, and that is the independent advisor to the Scottish Government on energy policy and targets, that the Government has taken on board all of the CCC recommendations to date. So the evidence points to the high likelihood of this being taken up as a specific action by the Government. But of course, we do need to wait, I would accept, until we see the NPF 4 position statement. Now, the Chief Planner, just to finish, the Chief Planner letter of May this year made it clear that the NPF 4 position statement would be issued in autumn. And my understanding is that that will be next month. And that will be closely followed by the Climate Change Plan that will give us the figures and the generation requirement for this deep electrification and to achieve net zero. So I'm sorry to have gone on a bit of length, but I hope that's helpful in setting some of the context that will, as I say, be the foundation for understanding what we might see in NPF 4 in a few weeks' time and in the Climate Change Plan.
Okay, given that you did clarify the status of that document, can you just repeat that bit about that you mentioned in terms of your understanding of the status of it?
Of this new CCC report?
Yes.
Yeah. It is a report to the progress report to the Scottish Government from the Committee on Climate Change. So that's being considered by ministers and civil servants now, with a view to informing both NPF 4 position statement and the Climate Change Plan.
It's to inform that process that the future policy process.
That's great.
Thank you for that, Mr. Bell. I don't know, Ms. Knox or Mr. Lodge, if you've had the chance to digest that report or any comments you wish to make on what Mr. Bell has just told us.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I've not had a chance to sort of read through it from cover to cover as Mr. Bell has. I would agree, that it's important to look at what we can do to reduce carbon emissions. And I do agree that onshore wind has got a role to play in that moving forward. But there are other alternatives in terms of offshore wind is something which the Scottish Government has stated they will looking to try and encourage between now and 2045. And there are other things we can do in order to reduce carbon emissions, which don't necessarily rely on generating more and more energy from renewable sources. We should be looking at the impact on transport and reducing the need to travel. And clearly that's something which has come out of the COVID-19 epidemic, that we look to have a much more emphasis on promoting active travel and reducing CO2 emissions from that. And clearly, other reports have suggested that CO2 emissions from heating from homes and offices and places of employment is quite a big contributor. And we need to look at doing things to increase energy efficiency of buildings. So generating more energy from onshore wind is not the only answer to seeking to reduce climate carbon emissions in relation to climate change.
Sorry, if I could just stop you there. I appreciate that strand of your thinking, but it was just if you had any specific comments on this document in terms of its status or what Mr. Bell has been explaining to us.
Sorry, ma'am. Clearly, it is a background report that will be used to inform future development of policy, but as yet we don't know what that policy will be because it's not been published yet.
Okay, that's fine. That's helpful clarification of your position. Anything else then on that before we move off that item on the agenda, Mr. Bell?
Yes, I'd just like to say that the point about transport and decarbonising buildings, that comes from electrification and moving off gas, and the electrification comes from the generation of renewable energy. So they're not different matters, and I think we need to remember that whilst other technologies will play a role, it's onshore wind that is described as the vital technology in the onshore wind policy statement to attaining targets. It's not solar, it's not biomass or other technologies. And furthermore, I would say in terms of the COVID-19 response, the consistent message, and I've highlighted this in my hearing statement, paragraph 2.4.37, from the Climate Emergency Response Group, the specialist group has been put together to advise the government on the response to the climate emergency in the context of the pandemic. Their recommendation that I've set out on planning policy is to update existing guidance to enable new and existing onshore wind planning consents. So, it's not simply the Committee on Climate Change, it's the wider government advisory group that is emphasising the role of onshore wind. So I fully accept that the other technologies have a role, but clearly onshore wind is being elevated in the views expressed by the CCC and the other advisory groups to government.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. And also, I'll be looking at that policy context in the round in terms of the submissions that have been made. I would be content to move off that item on the agenda unless anyone else has anything else they wish to raise before we do so. The Council, are you content to move on?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to the National Planning Framework. I didn't in fact have anything really that I wanted to visit in terms of the National Planning Framework preferring to spend some time looking at Scottish planning policy, unless anyone wishes to draw anything specific my attention other than what's covered in your written submissions already. I'd be happy to concentrate on Scottish planning policy. That's fine. If we could just then open the document, please, which is CD 4.1, and if we can go to the, first of all, to the table, which is at electronic page number 43. Which is the spatial framework table, which we've visited a number of times during the evidence that we heard, and this group 2 area of significant protection, the wording of that was quoted I think a number of times when we rehearsed the Peat evidence. Obviously this session is not to look again at the Peat evidence in any way, but I think it's worth just looking at the nuanced wording, or the nuances of the wording there, and just exploring how we think that should be interpreted. So just in terms of the wording under the group 2 areas of significant protection, and I don't think there isn't any Blarghour fell under this because of the conclusions on the mapping. It says on the peatland mapping, recognising the need for significant protection in these areas, wind farms may be appropriate in some circumstances. Further consideration will be required to demonstrate that any significant effects on the qualities of these areas can be substantially overcome by siting, design or other mitigation. And so can I just ask Mr. Bell, first of all, what, in terms of what he thinks that instructs the decision maker to do?
That's one point I'm coming. Can you hear me all right?
Just about.
I'll be as loud as I can. I'm on a laptop now and it's not behaving terribly well. But
I can hear you. Yeah.
You can hear me. Okay.
Yeah, I can.
I'll thank you very much. I don't think it's any magic in the way that this table should be approached, and I don't think actually from the earlier evidence there's great dispute about how it should be approached. But where there are nationally important mapped environmental interests, in this case carbon-rich soils, deep peatland priority peatland habitat, as revealed by the SNH 2016 map, and we agree that we are in such a situation in this case, then you turn to the advice which you read out. And to demonstrate any significant effects can be substantially overcome by siting, design or other mitigation. Now, obviously, our evidence here is no significant effects. I'm not going to go back into that. But if there are no significant effects, then I think you tick the box automatically. If there are significant effects, then you have to show what it says on the tin in the advice under group 2. I don't think it's any magic about the wording here. I think that its meaning is quite clear, but let's see what others say.
With the council, are you happy with that interpretation of the wording, Ms. Knox?
Yes, I think the council are happy with Mr. Trinick's interpretation of the wording of Table 1.
Thank you. And Mr. Bell, was there anything that you wanted to add on that particular matter?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you. So recognising the need for significant protection. The status of it as an area of significant protection, I'm just trying to think, does that indicate to you that elevates the care that has to be taken in terms of the mitigation that would be required, and the need to have certainty that can be addressed? Is that something that you would agree with?
No, I don't think so. I think we can't read beyond the wording. It's simply there are three areas. There are national parks and NSAs, no-go areas, effectively, in policy terms. Group 3 is Group 3. Group 2, the label says area of significant protection. That's what it means. It's a take care area, but I don't think it elevates the duty on the applicant in terms of the burden of proof with regard to the provision of mitigation. It's a normal planning approach. Nothing else alters, I think. And of course, we must bear in mind that this is simply a material consideration. The planning balance still applies to whatever comes out of that, comes out of table 1. Mr. Bell may want to add to what I've said.
I would just add that at paragraph 169, in terms of the list of criteria, carbon-rich soils appears there. So, as Mr. Trinick says, it remains a material consideration to be addressed and taken into account. But the test at table 1 is not engaged.
And the council, anything that you wanted to? Just, Mr. Bell, just coming back to that, the test is not engaged. Can you just explain what you mean by that?
Okay, in group 2, it says in these areas, wind farms may be appropriate. Further consideration will be required to demonstrate that any significant effects and so on can be substantially overcome. So that specific test of having to demonstrate that if you have a significant effect, can you substantially overcome it by certain actions? So it's not saying wholly overcome, substantially overcome, but that specific test, we say, is not engaged because there would be no residual significant effects arising on the mapped interest.
Because your conclusion there was no significant effects, then by implication, your conclusion is that that requirement to demonstrate they're substantially overcome doesn't come into play.
Exactly, just a straight reading of that policy.
Yeah. And what's the council's view then on that? Anything that you wanted to add on that?
If I could just chime in before Ms. Knox does. Obviously, that statement has a premise to it. I was not surprised that you picked up, Mr. Bell, on that, but the premise is that significant effects. So clearly there's a difference in evidence and position, both in respect of the council on the one hand and the applicant on the other, and that's a matter for you to resolve. But clearly the council's position would be that there would be significant effects and they require to be substantially overcome. But again, as Mr. Trinick says, just looking at the wording as it is. I think Ms. Knox might have something to add.
Sorry, I think I was just going to make a similar statement, Mr. O'Carroll, which is that obviously the council considers that it still needs to be demonstrated that these effects can be still overcome by suitable mitigation.
And the council concurs with the conclusion of Nature Scott that there are significant effects on heat, although you didn't rehearse evidence at that session of the inquiry.
Yes,
that's ma'am, and of course, let's not forget that, of course, it was one of the reasons for recommendation for refusal. From
the council's committee report.
Yeah.
May I come in there, because I'm a bit concerned to hear this. The council has deferred completely 100% to Nature Scott to provide information to support this reasonable action. It has produced no evidence of its own. I don't think it can sit here now and say we believe there are significant effects. It has not taken part in the evidential session. It's Nature Scott's, and well, I have my own views which will appear on submissions on the extent to which Nature Scott is engaged at all with the concept of significant effects. And that will appear in submissions. I'm not going to go into it, but I don't think the council can start to pretend now that it takes the view there are significant effects. There is no evidence from the council.
Thank you. I'm not sure we necessarily have to dwell on that. I mean, clearly we had an inquiry session to examine the evidence on that issue, and that will be something that I will be setting out in my report to ministers and my recommendations based on the evidence that was before the inquiry and its totality, and coming to a conclusion on the significance or otherwise of the effect. And applying it in the context of the policy.
And we simply look at the basic presumption in paragraphs 28 and 29. I'm not sure there's any difference between us.
So you're simply saying that the presumption applies, but not the tilted balance in this case.
Yes, because tilted balance could only ever apply in cases where Section 25 of the Act is engaged. And we acknowledge that paragraph 32, just whether it's badly drafted or not is another matter, but it simply means that Section 36 cases, it can't apply.
Okay, thank you. Does that clarify that position for you?
Yes, it would indeed indicate that we are in agreement. And just to be fair to Mr. Bell, he says at paragraph 3.3.19 that the tilted balance adds nothing. So he said that, and I did read it carefully, Mr. Trinick, but my concern was that reference to those two court cases confused matters, but I think we are absolutely at one on the overall interpretation now.
And I'm clear about the position that you're expressing there. And the development plan being out of date, can I just hear from Ms. Knox on that?
Ma'am, it's me that will be addressing that
Mr.
issue.
Hodge, thank you.
Yeah, I'm in the development plans team, so I'm involved in that. So I think I would say that, okay, the development plan was adopted in March 2015, so technically it is out of date. But I think weight can still be attributed to it, partly because the renewable energy policy, which is LDP 6, really follows what the current SPP says. It provides a criteria-based approach, which is very similar to those advocated in paragraph 169. And the supplementary guidance was prepared after the LDP was adopted in order that supplementary guidance 2, which was actually deals with renewable energy specifically, which was approved by the council in December 2016. That was prepared in order to allow for the spatial strategy to be drawn up, following on the advice from the SPP and following on advice from SNH in terms of their peatland mapping. So the development plan policy as it relates to renewable energy is not out of date. It reflects the SPP. The spatial guidance was included in supplementary guidance 2, and that was actually adopted in December 2016. So I think that's all I would say really in that regard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lodge. I didn't understand, Mr. that you were implying that it should the local development plan wouldn't be afforded weight. It's clearly Section 25. Well, it's not Section 25, but it still carries weight within the overall decision-making process here, as it would apply in the Section 36 case.
Ma'am, could I add a couple of points just to perhaps finish off this topic?
Yes, please.
Just in terms of the proposition that because the supplementary guidance is not more than 5 years old, that preserves the position in terms of paragraph 33 of SPP. That's not right. That was a matter that was explored at some length in the Dell appeal. That's DELL, and I appreciate that's not a core document for the inquiry, but the PPA reference, if you wanted it, is 270-2183, where the Highland Council advanced that argument, but it wasn't accepted.
Thank you.
And I think putting in the case law, I think is very recent case law that's been very high on the news and on the agenda before the inquiry. So I think it was relevant to put it in to the hearing statement. I think also just to note that the Chief Planner letter of 4th of September deals with this matter as well. And it makes it clear that no decision has been made on removing the presumption. And until then, nothing changes in terms of the application of policy in SPP. And the Chief Planner goes on to emphasise that even the consultation itself on the removal of the presumption does not undermine in any way the government's support for delivery of renewable energy projects. So I think that's just important to bear in mind in case there was any sort of preparedness to give less weight to the presumption because it's being consulted on in terms of potential removal.
Thank you for that clarification. Council, wish anything to add to that, or can we move on from that point? I'm happy that I understand the position of parties, and I'm familiar.
Well, just to round it all off, then again, I think it kind of, again, I think we're largely in agreement. But just to be absolutely clear about it, the allegation then is that the SPG doesn't effectively maintain the life of the plan. But it is accepted, I think, that the policies in the development plan are a material consideration in this case. And I think that's in the statement of agreed matters. So with that accepted, then perhaps it's a sterile discussion as to date or not.
I'd agree with Mr. Carroll. I think to some extent we're debating about nothing here because tilted balance doesn't apply in any case. So we don't really need to have. There we go.
That's fine. I'm happy to move on. I understand the position of parties on those matters. Now let's turn then to local development plan, which is CD 4.4, and the topic-specific policy which applies in this case, which is LDP 6, and this is concerned with renewable energy developments. So could I just ask Ms. Knox, would this be or Mr. Lodge, would this be your first port of call when you're considering a wind farm application?
Yes, ma'am. I think it is the primary policy against which wind farm applications require to be assessed. The LDP does say that all policies or the plan required to be read, and those which are applicable applied. But I think the LDP 6 is the good starting off point, and the criteria in LDP 6. Environmental impact, for example, then you can go to the relevant environmental policies to use them to deduce what the council's thinking was with regard to what weight should be given to various parts of it, basically.
Okay, I was hoping to take this in relatively short order. If we can just go through the criteria now. If you're disagreeing with me at any point, please just let that be known, raise your hand, and we can have a discussion around that. We had already ascertained from SPP 3 that there was no disagreement. We're in an area of significant protection because of the peat issue. Underneath, all applications for wind turbine developments will be assessed against the following criteria. We have the first three, which relate to national energy policy and the benefits of the proposal. I don't think there was any particular disagreement there, that there was some support to be gained from those criteria, and are parties happy with that? Mr. Bell?
Yes, that's all accurate. No issue with that. I think one thing I would flag up at the start is that the first paragraph of the policy introduces the key test within it, which is that it needs to be demonstrated that there would be no unacceptable significant adverse effects. So as the lead policy, that, if you like, is the fundamental judgment that needs to be made on the different topics. Whereas a number of the other policies that are on the agenda have very different wording. So I would just say it's important when looking at the broad suite of policies that are on the agenda today, that is the sort of the guiding planning judgment and test that needs to be borne in mind. And the only other thing I would say at the start is that on a number of the policies, it's quite well trodden ground where we do have the views of some other reporters. Appreciate you may of course take a different view, but we do have some clear statements on the policies and their degree of relevance, which I think will be important to bear in mind as we go through them.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. I was going to come back to that introductory text shortly, so we can maybe just park that for a moment. It's just to be very clear what criteria are at odds here. Equally, in terms of benefits, effect on greenhouse gas emissions, I don't think there's any dispute over that. The cumulative impacts arising from some of the considerations below, so we need to determine these each in turn whether there are in fact cumulative effects. I think we agreed through the evidence that there were no impacts on individual dwellings, but there were potential impacts from the council, from the council's evidence on communities along the west shore of Loch On in particular. Obviously, these are issues that I'll have to apply to these policies in terms of the evidence that my conclusions on the evidence we heard, including visual impact, residential amenity, noise, and shadow flicker. It only seems that visual impact is at odds there. Is there any issue in terms of residential amenity that the council have? I'm just trying to understand exactly where any conflicts arise with the criteria here, in your view, in the council's view.
No, ma'am. Sorry, there are no issues with residential amenity.
No, it's just visual impact in the context of communities. Then would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That's
your record. We had a discussion about the lavender test with myself and Mr. Bain, so
that's right, and
Ms. Knox is quite correct.
There was agreement that yeah. Didn't apply in this case. Landscape and visual impacts, clearly not impacting on wild land. That's again something that I'll have to assess. Effects on natural heritage, including birds, that has crossover to the habitat evidence and to the written submissions we had from RSPB. The carbon calculator, we did hear evidence on that as well. I take it the council has taken no issue on that criteria. Ms. Knox?
Yes, ma'am. We've considered this as part of our determination under the policy, and we're aware that the developer has undertaken the appropriate carbon calculations, and we have no issue with that.
And you have no issue with that, that's fine. The walking routes and impact on routes was considered in the landscape evidence that we heard. There's nothing raised in terms of impacts on the historic environment. Tourism and recreation we've covered, and I think all these other ones, the tourism and recreation, telecommunications, road traffic, hydrology, the water environment, and flood risk. Is there a specific criteria here on peat, Ms. Knox?
Carbon-rich soils is further up in the middle of the bullet list.
Thank you.
That's right. So that's where we're assessing applying the evidence that we heard earlier this week. So just in terms of the criteria that apply here, are we happy that I've identified there the ones that I'll be drawing to the attention of ministers, or is there anything else you want to highlight? Thank you, Ms Knox.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I can't recall if it was before or after we took our break that we were considering the opportunities for energy storage.
Oh yes.
I did put my hand up after break, but unfortunately you didn't see me, and I didn't want to disturb your flow.
Okay, no, that's fine.
But it's just really to flag that this is a matter that was identified in the committee report that we consider should be taken into account prior to reaching a decision on the application. I think it's flagged at paragraph U of CD 3.1.
Okay. Would that have been a reason for objecting? I hadn't picked it up as being such. I know that you had highlighted it within the.
Yeah, I think it's something that it is referred to in SPP and policy LTP6, and it's something that we thought perhaps should be given consideration to prior to reaching a decision, ma'am. So that will be for you to consider if you think necessary.
Okay, Mr. Bell, you'd confirmed that wouldn't be the case here. Is there anything you want to add to the point that Ms Knox has just made?
I'm just not sure what, with respect to what Ms Knox is saying there. It's simply not part of the application, so that is not a matter that needs any assessment insofar as this policy is relevant.
Okay, thank you. I understand the position of parties here. And the para 4.55 indication, which directs us to the Argyll and Butte onshore wind energy landscape capacity study, we have heard quite a lot of evidence, I think, on the status of these documents, but it was just to give Ms Knox or Mr Lodge just the opportunity to express how they felt that sat within the policy context here. Ms Knox or Mr Lodge, sorry.
I think obviously that's been very well rehearsed in previous days, so I don't think we've got anything to add to that.
That's fine, and I have my notes to apply to that in terms of what people's views on that, parties' views on that were. Anything else that I wanted to return just to the principles of sustainable development and no unacceptable significant adverse effects, but anything else on the criteria that you want to draw to my attention? A lot of these reflect what we had already rehearsed in terms of Scottish planning policy. So we're directed to consistent with the principles of sustainable development. How do you approach that when you're doing your assessment? Can I ask the council?
I think, in terms of the policy in LDP, which is Strat 1 Sustainable Development, it is an overarching policy which sets out how what the council will consider to be sustainable development. So it's the criteria in that which would be used to assess whether something actually is sustainable or not, particularly in terms of conserving and enhance the natural and built environment, respect the landscape character of the area, and avoid having significant adverse impacts on land, air and water environment.
Okay, thank you. Would that have been your understanding, Mr. Bell?
Yes, I think it's a general policy, and I think it's important to note that in Clachay Glen, that was one of the decisions I referred to that examined that in some detail. CD 10.39. Sorry, that was the Blairy-Cregan reference, but it's also covered in Clachay Glen, which is 10.42. The reporter found that Strat 1 was a policy relevant by association. It didn't require any detailed assessment in its own right, but these are very general principles. So I don't disagree with anything Mr. Lodge has said on that.
But that sets out the general principles that would apply.
Yep.
We would look at Strat 1 in terms of understanding what that meant. Okay. And the no unacceptable significant adverse effects. So are we content to leave it at that? That implies the whole balancing exercise that we should be applying in this case. Mr. Lodge
Yes, ma'am.
and Mr. Bell, anything to add to that?
No, I agree with that.
Thank you. And now time's running on. It's 1:10. I'm just thinking there are, although there's a lot of items on the agenda, there's not a huge amount. There's a bit more in the supplementary guidance. I think we're realistically not going to finish this before lunch, so I think we maybe just have to take a break now. I think some of the other items can be dealt with in quite short order. So I think we should break now and reconvene at what, quarter to 2? Would that be acceptable to parties?
That's fine.
Yep.
Let's break. Thank you very much. Thank you. If I could ask parties just to rejoin the room again, please. Thank you. So it's 13:45. So we'll continue where we left matters this morning. We had looked at policy LDP6 of the local development plan, and which is the topic specific. I think we all agreed was the topic specific policy on renewable energy, and I had set out on the agenda a number of criteria that would be applicable in this case, and I was just trying to establish the position of parties on those. Is there anything else to add to the discussion we had this morning on those specific criteria and the introductory text to that policy? No, that's fine. And just on power 4.55, there's no date on the reference to the Argyll and Butte onshore wind energy landscape capacity study, and I'm aware of the 2017 update that there's, and the 2017 update clarifies that study revises and updates the 2012 version. So from that, presumably the 2017 version is the one that I should be referring to in the context of the policy. Would that be correct, Ms. Knox?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Bell, you're content with that?
Fine, thank you.
Thank you. Now, just moving on to these other policies that the council refers to, and we heard what Mr. Bell said previously about these being policies that had to be viewed in the overall context of LDP6. You clearly did reference some of these in your reasons to object. Could you just clarify your position on that, either Mr. Lodge or Ms. Knox, please? Sorry, Mr. Lodge, we're not picking up your sound.
It's got worse, hasn't it?
Oh no, that's you.
All right.
No,
Sorry about that.
no, that's okay.
Yes, I think the subject policy LDP6 provides the overall guidance. I think the local development plan sort of has the overarching policy, which is on sustainable development, and then there's another overarching policy, which is development management 1, which is development management zones. But I think for the detail for most of the renewable side of things, you need to look at LDP6. There are other policies in the plan which are also applicable, and the committee report details which of those apply and which ones the council have assessed the application against. So that would be.
It's just I was trying to understand specifically what criteria of these policies you felt there was conflict with. That was really the reason I had set them out, just to I identified the ones that seemed to be of relevance, and I was just trying to see where you were arriving at the conflict conclusion.
Yes, well, in terms of obviously SGLDP ENB11, relates to protection of soil and peat resources, and that matter has been considered quite firmly at the inquiry. And I think that policy provides additional information in terms of how the council would assess an application that might have an effect on that, and that's already been talked about. Similarly, SG LDP ENV 14 on landscape.
Just take you back a little bit to, we're just looking first of all at the criteria of Strat 1, for instance. Where were you identifying conflict there?
The conflict would be as to whether the decision maker confident that it was confident that sustainable development in that it met the criteria to be considered sustainable.
Okay, it's just specifically what criteria. I identified the ones here that seemed most relevant. I just wanted to, I mean, generally we would have to identify exactly where these conflicts were arising, just to get.
Well, in terms of policy Strat 1, we would suggest that the tests in terms of H, I, and K require to be considered. And when the council was deciding on the application, it came to the conclusion that those tests were not satisfactorily met.
Okay. So these ones weren't met, and not any. The other ones you're happy with. Can I draw that conclusion?
Yes.
Thank you. And then in terms of DM1, which is the other one you reference, in terms of the criteria that you were taking issue with?
That relates to the settlement strategy primarily. And again, that's an overarching policy, really. It requires any applications to be considered against DM1 and all other relevant policies. And I think that was quoted because in terms of the landscape and visual impacts, the impact on peat, those were items which are identified as not being consistent with other LDP policies, the ENV policy, ENV LDP3 primarily.
Okay, and in terms of the criteria, the sustainable forms of development, that goes back to policy Strat 1 then again?
Yes, it would do.
You weren't taking issue with the sensitive countryside or capacity evaluation. There is some support in these policies to renewable energy as well.
In very sensitive countryside, the DM1 contains a general presumption in favour. Clearly, we wanted to support renewable energy, and we didn't want them to start off with the presumption against. In very sensitive countryside, it's only specified types of development which are considered to be supported by the council. So the majority of normal development, houses, things like that, are not supported by the council in very sensitive countryside. So it was, the criteria there is basically there to try and indicate a support for renewable energy development in those locations where other developments wouldn't normally be supported by the council.
Okay, that's fine. I think that's clarified. I just wanted to see exactly where you were identifying conflict with these particular policies. But here it's the interplay between this and the other policies, particularly Strat 1. Would that be the case?
Strat 1 and LDP3 in terms of the impacts on the environment.
Okay. And then moving on to LDB3, Mr. Bell, I'll come back to you shortly on these, but I just wanted to run through this so I could understand how the council had arrived at its conclusions on consistency or otherwise with these policies. Policy LDP3. Have you got that there in front of you?
Yes, ma'am. So, yes, I mean, in terms of the criterion A of the policy, LDP3 says, if it doesn't support or conserve biodiversity, geodiversity, soils and peat, then it wouldn't normally be supported. So if there are issues with peat, then policy LDP 3 would come into play.
And your conclusion was there was conflict with that in that respect?
Yes.
And the character and distinctiveness of the landscape, that was the other.
That was one of the other reasons, yes, for objecting to the application.
Was there anything else that informed your conclusion on that policy?
No, it was primarily the peat impact and the landscape impacts.
Okay. The precautionary principle, that didn't come into play at all in your consideration?
The precautionary principle would apply in relation to peat, and because it's a class 2 peat area, it advises some caution in looking at the impacts on peat in those areas.
You didn't specifically reference that though in your committee report, did you? You didn't articulate a particular matter. Okay, that's fine. Just before we jump too far ahead, maybe I just turn to Mr. Bell on these two policies. I understood what you said before about how you see these sit with LDP 6, but just in terms of the council's view on the inconsistency with these policies, can you is there anything you wish to add?
Yeah, I think firstly, in terms of Strat 1, we know that that's been looked at before, and the view of the reporter was it doesn't need a policy assessment in itself because we looked at LDP 6. I think Mr. Lodge referenced SG ENV 11 in the context of Strat 1, but I know we're coming to that SG policy in a moment, so I'll come back to that. In terms of DM1, development management zones, the way I read that policy is predominantly about settlement strategy, as Mr. Lodge says. So, the criteria allows for renewable energy developments in the very sensitive countryside. So I really don't see an issue with DM1. And again, that was a policy that was deemed to be of limited assistance by other reporters. I think in terms of LDP3, on the wording, Mr. Lodge said development proposals will not normally be supported, but that's not what the policy says. It simply says development proposals will not be supported. So it's an absolute type policy with no balancing provision whatsoever. So to look at, for example, criterion B, where it says if you don't protect, conserve or enhance, then you will not be supported. And that is the difficulty with getting into these policies forensically, because they're not the lead policy, we know that LDP 6 requires a judgment on acceptability. It doesn't require protection, conservation and enhancement. That would be impossible for a commercial scale wind farm. So to state the development contrary to the development plan because of conflict with this policy, in my view, wouldn't be right. One should properly look at the most relevant policies and place weight on those, and that would be LDP 6. And I think the further complication is that when you look at the SG policies that support policy LDP 3, they actually include a balancing provision, similar to paragraph 212 of SPP. So it's very odd that you get this absolutist type wording in LDP 3, but when you look at the supporting supplementary guidance, it actually introduces a balance. And that's where I think it gets very difficult. And it may simply be, and I appreciate that the supplementary guidance is statutory, but the supplementary guidance is actually far longer than the LDP itself. And it's probably something that's fallen through the cracks of the SG approval. And I don't intend to challenge that in any way, but it just illustrates the complication of trying to apply policies that really don't help us add anything more to what we've already got in LDP 6. And I think, just to finish, I think the precautionary principle is not engaged, in my view. I mean, SPP gives us very clear advice on the precautionary principle and when it should be applied. And we have an EIA report that's been prepared by experts
that has not been challenged at all by the council, and it gives us very detailed technical information on peat and carbon soils. And to say that there's simply inadequate information is not correct. There is enough information to make a plan of judgment in this case.
Mr. Lodge, would you accept these points that Mr. Bell has made?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I mean, I accept that LDP3 does not say not normally, and it is quite a strict set of criteria. The supplementary guidance really goes on to support LDP3 and other associated policies in the development plan. And I take the criticism that the development plan policy could be clearer, and certainly I think with the new plan we're moving away. So yeah, I sort of accept what Mr. Bell is saying in terms of the strict application. It is a question of the decision maker deciding what weight to give to the relevant policies in the LDP.
Okay, thank you. And I would in any event have to read LDP3 along with the supplementary guidance, because that's the way that it sits together within the development plan in any event, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, a lot of these questions I was really just trying to explore the reasoning why you identified conflict with these particular policies, and what criteria were in play in your reasoning there. Moving on then to LDP 9, development setting, layout and design. Again, just briefly, Mr. Lodge, in terms of where you identified tension here.
Again, I think it really relates to the landscape impacts, and obviously the landscape can be affected by setting and siting in relation to renewable energy developments, such as wind turbines.
And the criteria there would be, I mean, I put out down A, B, and C there, but are these the relevant ones that you were referring to, or?
A is context within which it is located. B is integrate with the countryside setting, and yeah, A and B, I would say.
It's just where you've identified these areas in your committee report. It doesn't necessarily direct me to the relevant criteria. I think it does on some occasions, but not on all.
Yeah, no, it obviously relates to the landscape and the effects on the countryside and
okay. Mr. Bell, anything on LDP 9?
Just very quickly, I think just from a quick look at the policy, it refers to, in my view, more conventional forms of built development, not wind farms. And in my hearing statement at paragraph 4.5.8, I reference again the other decisions that have looked at that. And one of the reporters said the policies clearly set out to guide the outcomes of more regular forms of building and construction activity, not wind farms. So I would say it's of no relevance, and it doesn't add anything to beyond what we've already got in LDP 6.
Okay, thank you. Appreciating that, I will be coming to my own conclusions on these matters. Okay, thank you. The relevance then of other policies. I wasn't intending to visit these, but you did put these down as relevant. But were you expressing any particular tensions or conflicts with these, Mr. Lodge? It's just your hearing statement seemed to set out everything that was relevant, but not necessarily direct me to those that you were taking issue with.
Sorry, ma'am. Yeah, no, I think in terms of LDP 5, I would say that I wouldn't direct you to anything there. and LDP 10 really just relates to the carbon-rich soils, and that's been rehearsed at sections G and L of the committee report. And I think in terms of LDP 11, I don't think that's applicable in that LDP 6 provides the assessment. LDP 11 would be applied to new infrastructure proposals that have locational requirements such as new roads, requirements such as access or grid connections.
Okay, so that wouldn't be relevant here, LDP 11.
Not to the wind turbine proposals.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Bell, anything you wanted to add on those three?
No, I think these are all very fair points. I would agree. I don't think LDP 10 is in the reasons for objection.
I think that I picked these up from the list of relevant policies. I was just trying to clarify.
That's fine.
How they sat within the council's reasoning. Thank you. Anything then in terms of the main text of the development plan that you wanted to draw to my attention that we should discuss today? No, Mr. Lodge?
No, thank you.
No. Moving on then to the supplementary guidance, we've got two strands to the supplementary guidance. We've got the supplementary guidance, which is CD 4.5, and then we've got the supplementary guidance CD 4.6, which contains more specific renewable energy advice. Just turning first of all then to CD 4.5 and specifically to policy end 11, it does give us a little bit more detail than LDP 3 did in terms of the balance to be applied. Does that reflect the wording of that we discussed in terms of Scottish planning policy, or is there some sort of nuanced interpretation that we should apply there?
I think Ms. Knox was going to address that one.
Ms. Knox.
Sorry, ma'am. I think we would consider that the proposal is this is one of the things we considered it was contrary to. We acknowledge that it's not the primary renewable energy policy.
I'm having a little difficulty hearing you, Ms. Knox. If you could just try and speak up a little bit into your microphone, thanks.
Sorry. We acknowledge this isn't the primary renewable energy policy, but we do consider this policy to be relevant and required to be considered in accordance with the local development plan. It provides more detail and allows exceptions to be made where a peatland management plan and appropriate mitigation is provided. It seeks to provide significant protection to soil and peat resources and provides the applications which could have a significant effect required to be considered. And obviously in this case it was the view of the council that the adverse effects are not outweighed by the benefits.
Okay, and the mitigation and the conditions we considered this morning don't change your position on that?
I think if the mitigation to be secured by the conditions were acceptable to Nature Scott, whose advice we've relied on as statutory consultee on these matters, if they found comfort in those conditions, then we would also.
Okay, Mr. Bell, any points on that, please?
Yes, just a couple. I think this is the illustration I was commenting on in terms of the policy approach being fundamentally different to what's in LDP3. I think Mark Lodge fairly acknowledged that there is a difference. Now, here the references to potential significant adverse effects. Now, we have a development that is not reporting any significant adverse effects on peat and carbon-rich soils. So this supplementary policy is envisaging that even development with potentially significant adverse effects could go ahead if the benefits outweigh on a local level or community-wide level, and then secondly, if you submit a peat management plan that is satisfactory, and so on. So I don't identify any conflict with this policy, and if it is deemed to be relevant, I would say that, well, the benefits are more than community-wide importance, given what we covered at the start of the hearing on the importance of the benefits and the added weight to be given to them for national reasons. And clearly mitigation has been proposed that can be secured by way of condition.
Okay, thank you. Ms Knox, anything to add to that, or anything to come back to Mr Bell in terms of clarifying your position?
Not really, but other than obviously in this case we consider that the other than adverse effects are outweighed by the benefits. So there's a difference there. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed that last bit of you. You just repeat the last sentence again, please?
Sorry, ma'am. Nothing other than obviously the council doesn't consider that the benefits outweigh the adverse impacts in this case. So there's a difference of opinion there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. Moving on then to LDP M14 on landscape. Was this development where a significant adverse effect on the landscape except where outweighed by the benefits? Again, it's bringing in that sort of balancing consideration. Is your conclusion on that, Ms Knox, similar then, that it's not outweighed by the benefits given the evidence that was rehearsed during the week?
Yes, ma'am, that would be the case. I don't know if my colleague Mr Lodge would like to add anything.
Ma'am, I would just say yes. That policy applies because of the impacts on landscape which have been discussed at the inquiry sessions. That's why it's been triggered.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr Bell, anything on EMB14 to observe?
No, just in terms of the balancing provision that's been highlighted.
Thank you. And then moving on to LDP, there are these sustainable siting and design principles on page 100, paragraph 1.2. Were these applied by yourselves in coming to your conclusion, or what consideration should I give to these?
Again, ma'am, it relates to the landscape impact. So yes, I think you need to assess the landscape impacts and decide whether or not those accord with the sustainable siting design principles.
And your conclusion was that
because of the adverse landscape impacts, they didn't.
Okay, thank you. Mr Bell, on that point?
Could I just ask what aspects of, I think this is off page 100 in the SG, the development is contrary to, because there is reference, as I see it, to landscape integration, but that is in terms of, for example, landmark development it references, and then the rest of the criteria go on to reference energy efficiency, triple glazing, draft proofing, materials, life cycle, and so on. It doesn't seem relevant at all.
Well, I think the paragraph 1.2 of that refers to landscape impact. So clearly, that's where that comes from.
Sorry, I've got an extract here. I just need to double check I'm looking at the same document. My paragraph 2 contains a list of bullets.
1.2, sorry.
Sorry, yes, 1.2.
So the first bullet point is environmental impact.
Yes, okay.
The development should integrate with the landscape.
Or existing built form.
Yeah.
And therefore minimise detrimental impact. In some cases, there may be a case for high quality design to act as a landmark. So reading, we can't just, in my view, take out one part of the paragraph. One has to look at the overall paragraph and then the context of the bullets. And the reference to landmark development, I could understand it if there was perhaps a tourism hotel development or housing in the countryside where one might want to have an urban design feature or that could act as a landmark. And then you would go on and look at these other matters such as energy efficiency. But to apply that to a wind farm, to me, just seems stretching it, to put it bluntly.
Well, I think that first bullet point does apply to landscape, and it does, the first part of it goes on to say, and therefore minimise detrimental impact on the landscape and the environment. So, you know, it then goes on to go what you quoted in terms of in some cases, but clearly it refers to landscape impacts.
Okay, I'm happy just to I understand both your positions there, and I'll have to go away and apply that to the wording. Miss Knox, I think you had your hand up at a point there.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, it was just to say that this SG wasn't referred to, you'll probably be aware, it wasn't referred to any of the reasons for objection. And in the determination of the application, it's considered that the criteria within that are well rehearsed in policy LDP 6. It was just to add that, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Moving on then to the supplementary guidance 2016, which is CD 4.6, and we can see renewable energy addressed on page 65 of that guidance. It shows table 1, which I understood to be very much a reflection of the spatial framework from Scottish planning policy. Is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Yeah, and the criteria set out in paragraph 169 as well.
Yes, the paragraph 7.2.15.
Okay, and then we've also got the figure 1 spatial framework mapping to apply here.
Yes, that's the spatial framework mapping that was developed as a result of the SPP.
Yeah, and what would that show in terms of this proposal?
Well, it shows that the proposal is largely within a Group 2 area of significant protection in terms of on the figure 1.
Okay, which is what we established before in terms of Scottish planning policy.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Bell, anything on that? Can we take that as read?
No, that's a straightforward summary. Thanks.
Yeah, that's fine. And paragraph 7.34, here again we have some text carbon-rich soils, deep peat and priority peatland habitat, which is relevant to the inquiry session we have. And it talks about careful design and citing it may be possible to reduce the impact of wind turbine developments in these areas to an acceptable mitigated level. and this could include habitat restoration or off-site compensatory remediation works, and with a cross-reference back to ENV 11. Just on that, can I just hear from the council in terms of where they think that the conflict is exactly in terms of that wording?
I think the objection from SNH or Nature Scott in relation to peat obviously triggered that reason for objecting. And
okay, I'm just trying. Given that it's your local development plan, I'm just trying to understand where you see the specific conflict.
Obviously the supplementary guidance seeks to protect carbon-rich soils and deep peat from adverse impacts. We were advised by SNH that the proposal did have unacceptable impacts, and that would be one of the reasons for objecting to this application.
Okay, so on the unacceptable impacts, and then in terms of your view on the restoration and the mitigation that's proposed.
We'd be guided by Nature Scott on that, but as far as I understand it, they didn't feel that the restoration and management proposal was sufficient to overcome the impacts that were assessed, given it's a Class 2 peat area.
And you share that view then, presumably?
We're advised by Nature Scott on with regard to that.
Mr. Bell, anything you wanted to?
Yes, we've covered. Yes, thank you. We've covered in evidence the mitigation approach, the design and mitigation approach that's been followed, which has been rigorous and is all set out in Ms. Massey's evidence in particular, and I won't go over that. But I think this paragraph 734 just helps illustrate again if one was to follow slavishly LDP3 in terms of protect, conserve, this supplementary guidance here quite rightly says that many wind farms have been accommodated within peat areas, and that in particular came through in Mr. Mills's evidence, where the Blarghour site is not unusual in that regard, and the supplementary guidance here quite properly explores the opportunities presented by designing, siting and mitigating to an acceptable level, which the applicant has done. So I would simply say, this, if one is looking at where weight should be applied in this suite of policy documents we've gone through, this is a very helpful passage compared to the rather strict, as it was put, terms of LDP3 on peat, which isn't particularly helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Bell, and Mr. Lodge. Anything that you wanted to clarify from that view?
No, ma'am.
Thank you for that. And don't think we need to revisit the Argyll and Butte Landscape Wind Energy Capacity Study again, unless anyone has anything specific they wanted to raise. No. Okay, and the capacity study again was item 7, but I think we have rehearsed that, including the status between the two documents, the 2012 document and the 2017 document, and we had rehearsed that evidence through the inquiry session, so I'd be happy to leave that item as it stands, unless anyone wishes to raise anything additional. Raise your hands if you're happy with that, please. Okay, that's fine, thank you. Now, the proposed local development plan, just in terms of the weight that should be applied to that, could the council just provide me with an update of where exactly we're at with that development plan now?
Ma'am, the proposed local development plan was out for consultation from December to January 2020. we have received approximately about 1,000 representations, and we're currently working our way through those to compile an officer recommended response to those. That would be going to the council in December with a view to then sending it on to the inquiry reporters unit. So as yet, very limited weights can be attributed to the proposed LDP, given that a considerable number of the policies have been objected to, including the one on renewable energy.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think, Mr. Bell, you shared that view as to the weight to be attached to the emerging plan.
Yes, I think it's very fair, and that's a helpful summary. Good to know the timescales. Thank you.
And in terms of the timescale of me reporting on the plan, on this proposal, that situation is unlikely to change within that time frame, it would appear. Would that be a conclusion, so long as it doesn't take me too long to complete on the report?
It depends on whether your colleagues are more have got less to do in terms of the LDP. So yeah, I mean, I think we're looking at hopefully getting their recommendations you know, around about this time next year, with a view to have, or maybe at the end of the year 2021, with a view to having LDP2 adopted by sort of March, April 2022. That's the sort of timescale for adoption of the proposed plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I ask one question, just briefly, please? I'm just thinking, with the NPF4 position statement coming out next month, and my understanding is it's not simply going to be a summary of representations, because the government's published that already. It was really more out of interest whether the council will be looking to take on board anything that might be, you know, signposted in the NPF4 position statement in a new LDP, or is it simply going to move forward on the basis of the SPP position? I appreciate it's maybe a very difficult question. You can't answer it at the moment, but just interested to know how the council might react to the changing national policy position.
Mr. Lodge, before you say anything, I wonder, ma'am, if you require to know the answer to that question.
I think it maybe is a bit of an aside that it's not necessary to visit that in the context of this. I mean, I think we already considered that we might have to think about further procedure if there was a case that this was, any change in the policy position was material to this case, and I think that's something that we can consider in due course without visiting that today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Carroll. So we concluded that item then on the agenda in terms of 8. Moving on then, are there any other matters that you wish to draw to my attention just before I invite you to make any concluding remarks?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lodge?
No, thank you.
Ms. Knox?
No, thank you, ma'am.
Mr. O'Carroll?
Thank you.
Thank you. Any concluding remarks at all that you would want to do, just to sum up your position on the development, on the policy side, in terms of the matters on the agenda?
Who would you like to go first, ma'am?
I would invite you, Mr. O'Carroll.
Well, I certainly wouldn't wish to preempt what I'm going to be concluding in my final submissions, which you'll be having on a date that we've discussed. I think as far as today's policy discussion is concerned, I think that whatever I say will probably come across as being quite trite, but I'll say it nonetheless. And that is that clearly, as put forward by Mr. Bell, there are important policy considerations in favour of renewable energy or energy coming from renewable sources, and that is not disputed. But as always, and as the Council has always stressed in this inquiry and in all the others that it's done where it's objected to wind farm proposals. The major balancing exercise that you have to carry out is the one which takes on the other side of the scales the landscape and environmental impacts, landscape and visual impacts on the on the natural environment. And of course, in this particular inquiry, you've got the other added thing into the mix, courtesy of Nature Scott, and of course, one of our reasons for objection, the question of peat. So ultimately, we can see that there are policies in all directions, and that's a matter for you in the balance, I think, as we've all said all throughout this session. And that's all I'll say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. And for the applicant, anything just to say in wrapping up?
No, I think it's very, sorry, Mr. Bell, you go first.
I was just going to say, in wrapping up, just a few very brief points. I think on the LDP, we've given a clear steer on what we think are the relevant policies. And on the renewable energy position, there's one sentence in my conclusions. It's in paragraph 626. And I would simply say, that is what I would emphasise, that the current situation is more urgent and more grave than we faced back in 2017 and certainly back in 2014 when SPP was published. That I hopefully can be taken into account.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Trinick, anything you would want to
Well, my only comment was going to be that as one wind farm inquiry goes to another, there seems to be an emerging pattern which I think is reflected in this inquiry. Leave aside peat and carbon soils. That's an issue that doesn't often appear in inquiry. In terms of landscape and visual effects, it increasingly seems to be the case that there isn't a lot of argument between the respective professionals on where significant effects arise, and hence the nature of Mr. Carroll's cross-examination of Mr. Bainsfair and mine of Carol Anderson, that we are debating at the margins where those effects arise. So I think, going back to what Mr. Bell said, these cases seem to turn much more now on the need case balanced against agreed significant effects when it comes to landscape and visual amenity, as opposed to debating where the significant effects arise. And that's an emerging pattern, and it's probably because we're so familiar now with the effects of wind energy development that professionals, not surprisingly, start to detect significant effects in the same place. We've outgrown those arguments. We're into the need case, and that's where the balance, that's where your report will probably focus, in my view.
Okay, and thank you for that, Mr. Trinick. Now, are there any other matters that we need to address on just bringing this week as a whole to a close? We've already talked about submissions, so anything else at all?
Not for me, ma'am. Just well done on running the first virtual inquiry. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and just to thank you all for your cooperation. I know this did raise some concern approaching it in this way, and we have had, I think, some minor glitches, but overall it has run as smoothly as it could in the circumstances. So I would thank you all for that cooperation. I'm sure you'd like to pass on your thanks as well to our IT team that have been working in the background. Given that they're all working from home, I personally think it's a tremendous effort that they've made to bring that about. And also to our case officers who are also working from home. Reporters are used to working from home, but case officers aren't, and it's quite a lot handling all these documents and managing that office environment like that. So thanks to them. And just then, to bring the inquiry to a close, and I will keep an update on the case file as to progress as we go along. And there are certain actions that we had agreed today which we can progress in the meantime up to the run of the closing submissions. So just thank you all very much again, and good afternoon. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone.